Check 1, 2. Check. Welcome to Oregon Trail STOL, where this weekend pilots will battle the wildfire smoke and the heat at Ontario Municipal Airport, where we're operating on the Cash Preston Lee Troyer runway. The heat's said to be the biggest weather challenge for competitors this weekend, with temperatures forecast to hit nearly 100 degrees as they hit the turf. We've got an absolutely stunning backdrop for competition here, both in the air over the banks of the Snake River and on the ground under the wings of the aircraft at the Fighting Classics Air Museum. It's the series' first landing in Oregon this weekend and the final West Coast stop of the season before we point our aircraft east to Nashville next month. This close to the end of the season, every point counts, and those that have made the journey will be circling the wagons to defend their standings. It's time for engine start here in Ontario, Oregon. The line is painted, the pattern is clear, we're cleared for takeoff. It's time for National STOL's Oregon Trail STOL 2024.
And welcome, everybody, to Oregon Trail STOL. My name is Ryan Dabrowski, and I am so excited to be here on the beautiful eastern side of Oregon with you. It's my first time to Oregon, and everyone has been just so fantastic welcoming the series here at Ontario Municipal Airport. What an excellent and exciting weekend we have planned for you. We are here at Ontario Municipal Airport. We're going to be competing and practicing today on runway 1533. It's actually the turf runway that was recently commissioned here at the airport. Cash Preston Lee Troyer. This runway is memorializing him. We're going to talk more about him a little bit later today, but all the action's going to be on that beautiful, beautiful turf runway right in front of you today, and we're getting ready to go. So here's how practice works. It's a little bit different than competition. You're going to see all the aircraft come out. They should come out in their competitive classes, but occasionally today you're going to see them in what we call open practice, where different aircraft in different classes will compete against each other, practice against each other. So I'll keep you apprised of what's going on there while we get ready to go. A couple of things that you can do. One, you can go to nationalstol.com, check out the Discord server. You want to chat about what's going on there. You want to learn about eSTOL. I'll talk about that a little bit later too. You can go to nationalstol.com/vote and start voting for your favorite pilot. That's very important. A lot of good ones here this weekend. And then you can actually go to nationalstol.com/scoring, I think. I will double check that. nationalstol.com/scoring to get the up-to-date scores while we practice today. So lots of cool stuff there. You see some aircraft taxiing off in the distance. They're getting ready for the kickoff of practice. Why don't we teach you now about how National STOL works. If this is your first time watching a National STOL practice, here is what the competition is all about.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies. It's a great day for STOL competition. Let's get it started.
So that's how it works in a nutshell. You can see there we're on the runway right now. We've got one of our competitors getting ready to practice, and there's that white line right in front of us, the daunting white line. And like you heard, you have to land after that line to have your score count. We'll talk about that a lot today. And what we've seen this season is that even the greats, you're going to see Steve Henry fly in race 44 later today. Even Steve Henry can scratch. Anyone can scratch. It's the great equalizer, that line. Speaking of the greats, we have a bunch of greats here practicing for you today. We've got some more on the way flying in from all over the United States. You will see Steve Henry fly later today in race 44. We've also got Kyle Bushman here in the Boss, a huge, amazing new aircraft that he's just unleashed on us. Jeff Whiteley's here as well, competing against him in the touring class. You're also going to see some of the, I hate to say it, old-timers. We've got Joe Dory and Joe Pops Dory, father and son, competing in Oregon Trail STOL this weekend. I believe that's Mike Babcock out on the runway right now as we get ready for practice. And then you're going to see Pat McIntyre, Joel Milloway, and Ty Firkin all competing as well in some of the lighter aircraft. So that's this weekend. It's going to be pretty intense. It's going to be pretty great. And this is our last stop on the west coast of the United States before we point our aircraft east and head to Nashville next month. And everything wraps up not too far after that in Texas for Lone Star STOL and the finals. So it's been a long season. We've been all over the United States. And for me personally, in the booth here, I've seen so many places this year that I've never been before. We were in Virginia Beach. We were in Pinedale, Wyoming just a few weeks ago. We've been all over the United States having just an incredible, incredible time with some incredible, incredible flying. Moses Lake, Washington, where we had some incredible winds on the nose. It's been a season, and I'm tired, but I'm happy. So I spoke about Pinedale, Wyoming, just a few seconds ago, and that competition, again, just a few weeks ago, was absolutely incredible up in the mountains, right next to the Wind River Range there in Pinedale. And after competition completed, we had a bit of an adventure. So why don't let's roll the tape, and you can see what happened, and then I'm going to talk about it a little bit. So as we watch this footage here, you can see we just saw Kyle Bushman in his big aircraft, but now the camera is over here with Jonas Marcinko with his Kit Fox.
Like, so crazy. No idea. I was literally holding my plane, and it was floating in the air. I was dragging it. Crazy. All right, okay.
And it's hard to truly appreciate on video what was happening there, but for those of you here in the crowd, basically what we had going on was a giant gust came through, 70-mile-an-hour gust came through Pinedale, literally lifting aircraft off the ground, getting pulled into the air despite their various tie downs, bolting them down into the ground, just failing. And the community, the National STOL community, came together and did an amazing job. Literally, I mean, I spent, 30 minutes to an hour just hanging on to Jeff Whiteley's aircraft. You're going to see that fly later today, just to making sure that it didn't blow off in the wind. I mean, you got to remember that these aircraft that you're going to watch practice today, a lot of them can take off in 20, 30 mile an hour. So a 70 mile an hour wind is more than enough wind to make an airplane fly if the wind hits it on the nose. And for most of them, they were pointed directly into the wind, just based on chance. Let's talk a little bit about how things wrapped up in Pinedale at Rocky Mountain STOL. First, we got to talk about the touring class. First place went to Kyle Bushman with a combined score of 321 feet. John McCardle behind him with 491, and third place, Luke Strandland in the Murphy Super Rebel with a combined score of 576. You're going to see Kyle Bushman continue to fly here at Oregon Trail STOL. Next up, backcountry class. Check it out, Jeff Pohl back on the circuit at Pinedale, Wyoming. He's from Malacca, Minnesota, made the big trip. 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo, combined score of 378. Second place at Pinedale went to Austin Clemens in the Aviat Husky, combined score of 406. And Brad Crawford also in an Aviat Husky, all the way from Hot Springs, Arkansas, bringing in third place in the backcountry class at Pinedale with 440 feet combined. It was a tight battle in adventure class. Jeff Daly in his 2023 Badlands Traveler called Warhorse, 213 feet combined. That is an incredibly short number for a pretty large aircraft. You'll notice right behind him, Brian Steck, 220 feet combined, just 7-foot difference between them. Brian Steck, of course, flying the 2024 Legend MOAC, the mother of all Cubs, that he's highly customized. He calls it high strung. Jody Card in another Badlands Traveler, a little bit, I was going to say an older vintage. It's only 1 year older. From Casper, Wyoming, Pinedale results 251 feet combined. So that was the adventure class. Sport class, you just saw Jonas Marcinko talking about how he was hanging on to his aircraft as it was trying to fly away in his 2024 Kit Fox 4, 181 feet combined. Joel Milloway, you're going to see him this weekend, 6 feet behind him with 187. And Joel Rourke in that brand new Carbon Cub, the Carbon Cub UL, with a combined score of 199. And Pat McIntyre, I just want to mention this, you're going to see him fly this weekend as well, only 2 feet behind him for fourth place. Pat's one to watch, normally at the top of the podium. A little bit of an upset there at Pinedale. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, Steve Henry and Hal Stockman battling it out in the unlimited class. Hal was flying a Rans S7 that he'd borrowed from another competitor. Pretty large number for him, 573 feet combined. The winds were hard. We interviewed Steve Henry right after competition. He said, man, what's going on with Unlimited? We keep getting the bad wind. Combined score of 127 feet for Steve Henry at Pinedale. We also have the most consistent. Kyle Bushman brought that home in the Boss. Steve Henry behind him. And Brett Kobe in a Cessna 170 Bravo behind him with a total deviation of 80 feet. And then let's look at our pilot performance index. Kyle Bushman bringing that home again with a pilot performance index score, PPI score of 81.86 feet. Jonas Marcinko, the next closest, with 103 feet. So Kyle Buschman pretty far out in front in terms of the weighted scores per class. Joe Milloway in third place there in the RANS S7 with a PAX score, a Pilot Performance Index score of 106.59 feet. So Rocky Mountain STOL, not only just heavy competition, a little bit of adventure at the end, but also just a really beautiful event. I actually, the fabulous Miss Douglas just brought me, they made the flight from Pinedale to come compete this weekend, and she just handed me some a roadkill meat stick. There you go. You got the roadkill meat stick. She also handed me jackalope. That's just kind of one of their trademarks. You'll see them at all the national STOL events handing out meat, and we really appreciate that. I'm going to eat that in just a minute because I am hungry as we get ready to go for practice here in Ontario, Oregon. Honestly, a little hungry for some takeoffs and landings too. So waiting for the competitors to be ready to go. They've got from 12:30 to 4 or 5 o'clock tonight to practice. And you'll see what typically happens, pilots be pilots, is it'll be a little bit slower during practice in the beginning, and then things will pick up at the end as people want to get in more favorable conditions. You'll also see the pilots often come out once and then come out again if the conditions are particularly different. So you got to say, what's the point of this practice session? Well, one, some of these pilots are coming in today. Like, I'm looking off to my left from the broadcast trailer here, and I can see an aircraft coming in on final approach. That could be one of our competitors coming in for the first time, landing for the first time here. And so for them to be safe and proficient in competition tomorrow, they need to get their sight pictures correct. They need to be able to see what's going on around them, what mountain is where here in Oregon, which where to line up their base legs, where to turn base to final, things like that. So that's for them there. Also, it's getting used to altitude, right? Pinedale, we were very high up. We had density altitudes of over 9,000 feet in Pinedale, Wyoming. Some of the competitors that are from the lower states really struggling to make sure that they're competing correctly and operating their aircraft correctly, because that altitude difference definitely makes a big difference in their competition. Let's check out the weather today here in Ontario. And that wasn't one of our competitors. That was just looked like maybe a transient pilot coming by in a 172. Live weather now, Ontario, Oregon, winds. I don't think I've seen that yet this season. 0 knots. Says from 130, but who knows? Maybe there's a little bit on the nose right there, but winds nil. Not a STOL pilot's favorite thing to hear. The bigger the wind, the shorter the landing they're going to have. Density altitude is up there. It's hot. It's going to be hot today. Right now, only 73 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's going to get hotter as we get going today. Forecast to be up in the mid to high 90 degrees, but density altitude climbing. Field elevation here is just over 2,000 feet. Density altitude already at 3,441 feet. So that'll be an impact, but not nearly the way that there was an impact at Pinedale. So I guess I'll give a little Aviation 101 lesson here. Density altitude is basically the altitude at which your airplane thinks it's flying, is maybe the easiest way to explain it. You get reduced performance the higher you are, right? The air gets thinner. That means that you have less lift over the wings, maybe less thrust from your propeller. Your engine makes less horsepower unless it's turbo normalized, supercharged, things like that. And so we're always talking about density altitude, which is a function of your field elevation, heat, humidity, all those things combined. And in Pinedale, we had very high density altitudes. The density altitudes were higher than I've ever. That's not true. I've flown my aircraft, my Cessna 172 to 16,000 feet once. Higher than I normally operate was just landing. just landing there with all of the heat and the altitude there. So, a few more aircraft coming in right now. Ty Burlingham in the red and black tail dragger there, and I see another aircraft, a yellow aircraft. Is that? It just landed. That's Joe Dory, it looks like. Joe Pops Dory. We were just talking about him, one of the greats. Google him later. You can check out all of his adventures in STOL flying. Now might be a good time as we get ready for practice to talk a little bit about the season standings, where we're at. We're only a few events away from the finals in Sulphur Springs, Texas. So I can walk you through the season standings in just a minute, but check out, always cool to see aircraft taxiing. Such a different landscape here in Ontario, Oregon. I've never been out here. It is beautiful. Someone asked me today, they said, Ryan, is this classified as high desert? And I have no idea. So if you are watching online, hop in the chat, say hello, and let us know, does this qualify as high desert? And if you're watching in the crowd here in Ontario, you can actually go participate in that chat as well. You can watch us on YouTube, Facebook. You can go to nationalstol.com to get links to those broadcasts. A few other reminders for folks. It is sunny and it's going to get hot today, so stay nice and hydrated. Make sure you eat some lunch. We're going to have a few vendors and food trucks here today. There's going to be plenty more tomorrow when you come for the actual competition. If you're here in person, don't forget to visit the merch booth. You can also go to our virtual merch booth, nationalstol.com. Check that out. You can support the series and get a shirt or a hat or something cool to show how much of a STOL freak you are. Again, nationalstol.com/vote is now open for your fan favorite vote. And let's talk a little bit about the remaining events. Registration is now open for Music City STOL. That's October 11th and 12th in Gallatin, Tennessee. That's a great event. We're going to have live country music artists performing throughout the day, including Noah Hicks, Connor McCutcheon, and we just added Madeline Consor. So that's going to be great to see. Some live country music there, not too far off from Nashville. Lone Star STOL and the National Finals November 1st and 2nd in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Lone Star is a regular season event on Friday, November 1st, and it's open to all pilots with one set of annual points up for grabs. And the finals are on Saturday, in which the top 5 points leaders in each class will be invited to compete for a final set of points to determine the annual champions. So that's coming up. Those are the last 2 events after the action this weekend in Oregon. Everything wraps up early November. See some aircraft fired up now. Engines are started. And we've got the green flag here at practice here at Ontario, Oregon. Oregon Trail STOL. And the first takeoff of practice is Mike Babcock in that 2022 Rans S21. He's from Lakeside, Oregon. Says here his dad used to land a Huey helicopter in their backyard. Sounds like a conversation for the campfire tonight. There went Tim Shellhorn in a 2021 Carbon Cub EX2. He's one of your locals from Nampa, Idaho, just over the river and through the woods from here. Tim's been involved in aviation his entire life, second-generation pilot. His middle son is the third pilot of the family. And there went Joe Dory in the experimental Pacer, that yellow aircraft with the lightning bolt. Got to spend a little time with Joe Dory and Joe Pops Dory at EAA's Air Venture this year. Bringing that STOL demo to folks. And again, a quick reminder, hop into the chat so we can talk to you guys. We can answer your questions about STOL. Just checking in with the chat right now. We've got Katrina saying, yay, Steve fixed yeehaw after his oopsie. Yep, that's a thing we'll talk about when we see him fly. And here comes Mike Babcock. First landing of practice at Oregon Trail STOL, getting heavy on those brakes. Testing out that turf for everybody. Looks like we're just under 225 on that landing. Vacating the runway. And as I look to my left, see the next aircraft turning base to final now. And that should be Tim Shellhorn in the Carbon Cub. Flaps down, getting nice and low. Holding that tail down, holding the aircraft off with throttle. Ooh, getting it down nice over the line. It's good. And stopped a bit shorter. Judges marking that one around 150 some odd feet. Also want to say hi to Wings Over Wyoming. Watching, you guessed it, from Wyoming. Thanks so much for watching. And Ray Powell's watching all the way from Berwick upon Tweed. Ray, thanks so much for joining us. I know it's a little bit later in the day for you than it is for us here in Oregon. And here comes Joe Dory now, base to final. In that experimental Pacer, and you can see the sun is just starting to cook stuff, right? You can see on the camera there, the air is kind of shimmering, and we're good over the line for Joe Dory in number 53. Getting on those brakes, keeping that, well, I guess in the Pacer it would be yokes. Keeping the yokes back, keeping that elevator up to get some braking action on the tail wheel there. And it's time to give you some scores. Tim Shellhorn, best so far of the day with a combined score of 304. That's a 148-foot landing and 148-foot takeoff and 156-foot landing. Mike Babcock in the Rans aircraft, takeoff 285, landing 218, combined score of 503. And Joe Dory in the Pacer, that shorter wing aircraft, 215 for the takeoff, 243 for the landing, combined score of 458. And they're taxiing by the booth right now, kicking up a little bit of dust. And That's something we've been battling all weekend. We've got a lot of water that's been put down on that dirt. Getting ready for another practice session. Another round of practice here at Oregon Trail STOL. So getting ready to go again, and things are hopefully going to be heating up on the race course, but they're also heating up here in the booth. I have a special guest with me. How's it going, Hot Stuff?
Ryan, good to see you, man. It is, and let me tell you, this is the cool spot.
Yeah, that's right.
You have the little secret down here that nobody knows about.
a little bit of air conditioning here. Folks, if you don't recognize that voice, it's Jughead Council, one of the legends of aviation, literally sitting right next to me. He just walked up and said hello, and I was like, do you want to hop on the mic for a second? And you can't walk away from a good time. So you made the flight in. You just get in a little bit ago?
Yeah, my brother and I and Chad, the Moses Lake crew, made it in about 11 o'clock local, just in time to go over, get our safety brief, grab some lunch with the EAA chapter. Such great host already. And we threw everything out of the airplanes, got over here. We got Dakota and his water bowl tied up down here in the shade, and it was time to come out and either help with the judging or come in and see if you needed some company on the mic. It's been a while since I've been on the mic with you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the last time we saw each other was Moses Lake.
And I'm starting to have some flashbacks of Moses Lake because I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of really loose dirt around here, and the dust is already starting to fly.
So what Jughead's talking about is Moses Lake. We actually competed on Mount St. Helens volcanic ash, and boy, with the wind and all the prop wash, that was we all came home a little dirty from that one.
Oh, but look at this grass runway. This thing is incredible. I mean, this is what we dream of getting to compete on. Nice, easy to see the line against the green backdrop, smooths, absorbs the energy in those landings. We can get on the brakes hard. Those Alaska bush wheels are going to be skidding on this grass, though, I think, today.
I think
especially
so.
with a little bit of morning dew on it.
It's like an oasis here, just out in the middle of the dirt, and it's absolutely stunning.
It is.
So here comes Mike Babcock now, turning base to final in the S-21. He was at Moses Lake, if I'm not mistaken. He talked a lot about how that aircraft is actually a little too fast for his taste. He does a lot of mods to try to slow it down and make it more STOL competitive.
Well, that's the great thing about the Rams. I mean, it's a great all-around airplane. Look at that, just beautiful over the line. I mean, he gently drugged the tail wheel and then touched the mains down. That was beautiful energy management. It just seems to me like we need to do better on our braking. I don't know if it's the brakes just aren't strong enough, if he's still trying to get used to it, because I know it's a pretty new airplane for him. But that's something to work on, I think, for Mike.
And his takeoff was 300 feet, and I saw a blue flag pop up. So I believe judges may have called that a scratch. We'll wait for that to come into the score sheet. I thought it looked good from here, but
I saw the blue flag, and I just thought it was to color coordinate with a beautiful airplane. We have multiple color flags.
There's a checkered one and a blue one and a green one, and a red one when you should stop. All
okay,
right.
Did you notice when he came in this next airplane? Look at that. There's a belly panel that he extends down like a speed brake out the bottom, which. You know what that's doing for him?
Cool. I love that. Tell us more.
Well, everybody thinks that airplanes fly due to Bernoulli's principle, right? The air flowing over the top of the wing, flowing faster, lower pressure.
That's what they taught me, yeah.
Well, the other F part of it is Newton's third law and equal and opposite reactions. The air hitting that 45-degree downward canted, I'm going to call it a speed brake, is deflecting the air downward and pushing the airplane up as well. That's why an airplane can fly in knife edge flight, or in why the stall speed actually goes down when you're in a slip, is because of Newton's third law. Something a lot of people don't realize.
Getting a little schooled right now. I love it. That was Tim Shellhorn, by the way, combined score of 240 feet. So it's working for him.
It is working. That airplane was really slow across the line. I cannot wait to go put my eyes on that mod a little more detail and ask him. And there's the Bumblebee. good old local boy.
Yeah, Joe
Dory.
Dory.
Junior. Of course, we don't really need to say that because seniors just called Pops.
Yeah, we're just calling him
Everybody
Pops.
knows him as Pops. What a great aviation family. Can't wait to see his wife, his 2 kids. They're the cutest smiles and greatest little personalities.
So there goes Tim Shellhorn. If we were actually scoring practice, if we were keeping score of who's in front, he would currently be in front, 240 feet combined. Next best is Joe Dory in the Super B. Combined score of 424 feet. Mike Babcock holding third with 503. Would have been maybe a little bit shorter on that one if he had not scratched, and I think probably he just rolled out. We were trying to figure out why he was rolling out. Maybe just saw that it was a scratch and just
He might have, yeah.
saved the brakes or something like that.
So today, as I came down here getting ready for practice, for me it was all about not so much the takeoffs today, but this is some pretty thin air. We're over 4,000 foot density altitude up here. Not quite Wyoming
No,
type,
not Wyoming.
but
Yeah.
a whole lot more than Moses Lake was, and of course we don't have that great headwind. So it's going to be a matter of 250 feet for Mike's takeoff roll. The judge is even nicer than I am, taking it down about 238. But it's going to be a matter of figuring out where the wings are going to be biting this air, because those air molecules are just a little bit thin up here right now, Ryan.
And not a lot of wind on the nose either. Here's Tim now. Whoa, getting it off nice and short. Sub 100 feet for Tim Shellhorn. He's warming it up, so he's improved steadily over all of his takeoffs. Started with 148. That last one, sub 100. So really shortening it up for Tim Shellhorn in practice. Here's Joe Dory on the line.
Now, Dory, experimental pacer, does have a lot of wing mods. Oh, that was pretty good, 175, but it's still a short wing Piper.
Yeah, and what we're talking about there is like literally the wings are short, like compared to like a Super Cub or a J3 Cub, something they just lopped a bunch of off the ends to make them a little faster, but that
they got
less
a little
performant.
more chord, but they are short. Now, he's done a lot of mods to it. He's very skilled in the airplane, and that's why he calls it the Super B. It's actually in the experimental category now. I've flown and been to many events with Joe. And it'll get up and get down, and I wouldn't put it past him to be sandbagging right now.
That is a strategy. And I pulled up the weather, by the way, while you were. I just wanted to double check, and absolutely, in the last even 20 minutes, it's gone up quite a bit. We're up to 82 degrees Fahrenheit, and not well over 34 feet over 4,000 feet density altitude. So we're almost halfway to Pinedale already, and it's going to only get higher as it gets hotter.
Hopefully, I'm starting to see some flags move a little bit more than we've seen at any time since we've been here. Now, a lot of people say that's because there's 2 announcers on the microphone talking, but I tend to disagree.
Good over the line for Mike Babcock there. Getting on those brakes, keeping it straight, a little bit of fade to the right. And he was someone at Moses Lake who did have a few landings that were a little sporty. So I'm sure he went back after that and did a fair amount of practice, getting things dialed in. Tim coming around the bend now.
Well, the conditions in Moses Lake were obviously quite windy. There was some gust factor, especially later in the day when he was flying. There was a lot more of a gust factor than in the first 2 classes of competition.
Well, that's true. I appreciate you being fair. fair to Mike there. Here's Tim now on short final. I'm going to watch for that. There it is. That's so cool.
I would guess that we're talking ground speeds in around mid 30 mile an hour coming across the line. And what you'll notice, he's not flaring the airplane by reducing power and bringing that stick back. He just comes across the line, the power comes off, the stick goes forward, He's setting the mains down with authority so that they're immediately on the ground. The brakes are working. He's not dropping it in high. He's not abusing the landing gear, though he's got great shocks underneath it that will absorb that energy and keep from rebounding it. But he's flying it so precisely that he doesn't need it. He's really flying that airplane nice.
Yeah, really not afraid to get on those mains. This first landing actually caught me by surprise. Here's Joe Dory. Good over the line, checkered flag. Sub 200 for Joe Dory in the Pacer. So that last run, by the way, for Tim in the Cub that just is taxiing by the booth right now, 90-foot takeoff, 101-foot landing. That puts him at 191 feet combined.
Woo.
That is short. That is aggressively competitive.
Yeah. So I think we need to get the trailer repositioned, just shifted enough here. It's kind of hiding the, you can't see final here.
Yeah, I'm like a foot further away from you, and I've got a significantly better view.
Yeah. All right. I'll just watch the great feeds that we're getting from our cameraman down here. You know, people don't realize, you know, we talk about the pilots all the time, but when you see what goes on behind the scenes at a national STOL event, from the hospitality, the coordination of logistics, the food and the entertainment they provide for the staff and the audience and the pilots and the cameramen,
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
air traffic controllers up top, it is so much more than the pilots.
Yeah, it takes a village to put on an event like this.
I've never seen as many idiots in the same village as maybe we have here.
And Mike Babcock off the ground in the Rans.
I didn't use any names.
Well, I knew you were talking about me for one. Come on. We've known each other long enough. I know how you feel about me. All right, here's Tim. I want to see this one. 90 foot was the last takeoff.
Whoa!
Okay, so he is dropping the gauntlet. Oregon Trail STOL. Maybe I should say he's circling the wagons. He's putting in numbers. They're talking about 75 feet-ish right now.
Wow. I don't know if you heard, Ryan, hear that shift in tone of that engine? Something tells me he's got a little green bottle, or I guess those are blue bottles, in the belly of that airplane somewhere. And I wouldn't be surprised if that experimental Carbon Cub EX is popping some nitrous. Oh, but Joe goes, oh, yeah?
Yeah, look at that. Sub 150 feet in the Super B. We've got the Life Flight helicopter coming in over yonder as well. This airport, I'm learning so much about it. It's highly active. This is the base for the SEAT aircraft, the single-engine aerial tankers that are over in the distance there. They've got the Life Flight as well. We had a Black Hawk helicopter come in.
Yeah, I think we have multiple Life Flights here. And, you got the cool warbirds in the museum. The flight school is super active. It's a fun place. I've flown in here before with ferrying airplanes and stopped in for gas, and it's always a nice place. And cheap fuel, good facilities, courtesy cars, everything a pilot needs when they're passing through either Eastern Oregon or Western Idaho, right on the border.
And on top of it, a impressively active EAA chapter. That's just like bringing the community together. They got breakfast for all of us this morning. Here's Mike Babcock now to your left, coming in low this time.
Now he's got leading edge slats on that airplane, so he gets the nose way up high and slow. That's usually going to lead to a 3-point landing, which he does there. Actually touches the tail wheel each time just before.
That one looked a little short. Line judge saying that one was a scratch as well.
And I think Mike knew that because he didn't even try to stop it. He just rolled it to the end. It's as a competitor, if you have the perfect takeoff, when you pull flaps or you pull the stick back or you pull the yoke back, if it's the perfect takeoff, you don't feel the airplane come off the ground. You don't know that you got airborne and it was a good one. If it felt really good, that means you probably pulled just a little bit late. And if you pull too early, sometimes it feels like pulling perfect. because until you come back and look at the tapes, you really don't know, did that airplane actually come off the ground when I asked it to? And the same on landings with scratches sometimes. Sometimes you think you're good, sometimes you think you aren't, and you can definitely be wrong. And that's what the judge is out there with his multicolored flags. All right, here we go.
Tim Shellhorn. Oh, tickling the grass. Good over the line for Tim. Wow.
I think he paid the mower to trim it extra short right there, because if it had been an extra inch tall, he would have been scraping it. I am so impressed with – this is the first time I've seen Tim on the National STOL circuit. I don't think we have him in the rookie class, do we?
No, he shouldn't be if he
I
is.
hope not.
Yeah, I've never.
I
He's
hope
not.
not.
I don't believe he's competed this year at all. This is the first event for him. Look at that, another 101-foot landing, but with a 76-foot takeoff. Combined score 177. Whoa, one to watch tomorrow for sure. Here's Joe Dory now.
Really stable approach out of Joe. And actually all three of the competitors in this warm-up series been very nice, stable. And that tells me the air is consistent.
And just heard from race control that Tim Shellhorn's going to be dismounting real briefly now to check the tail wheel. Something didn't feel right for him, so we can see him kind of hopping out of the aircraft there. He's going to go check out and see what's going on there.
Besides a bunch of vines and weeds on it, doesn't look too bad. But
yeah, I saw a lot of clumps of something coming off it right then.
And he's in a bank of loose dirt right now. But let's see. He walked over the front, so we'll have to get back with that. So tell me, how was, I haven't seen you since Moses Lake STOL. I wasn't able to make it out to Wyoming, but tell us a little bit about what it was like there in Douglas, Wyoming, and the competition, and just, do you run out of breath announcing all the exciting that density altitude?
Pinedale was intense. It was absolutely intense. The wind kept get higher and higher, and Steve Henry at the end of the day said, "Man, why am I getting such bad air every time I fly an unlimited class?" And they had sporty winds, real variable winds. Race control was just in our ears, by the way. We're going to do a FOD check. You see all the volunteers hopping out there. Looks like we've got potentially looks like they found it right there. A chunk of the tail wheel broke off there. And so that would explain all the dirt that we saw coming off of that when he lifted it up. So doing a FOD check, that's foreign object debris for if you're new to aviation. You want to make sure there's nothing on the runway that could damage another aircraft coming into land. And
we call that the Hal Stockman modification. If you've seen Hal compete, he just takes his tail wheel off, has an old drag skid, much like the tail draggers back in the teens and 20s, and fly the tail immediately on takeoff, and on the ground just plow some dirt and get it stopped quicker.
So I wouldn't be we're under a red flag now while we check the runway. I wouldn't be a good host if I didn't use this opportunity to transition right to one of our sponsors, Tundra Tailwheel. I don't think that was their tailwheel, but Tundra Tailwheel, that's a company actually, Josh Richling and Steve Henry, you're going to see compete later. That's their company. They do production not too far from here in Idaho. It says here, if you're fed up with tailwheel shimmy, and you're looking for a sleeker design with added security of a locking tailwheel, these tailwheels are proudly made in America. Tundra Tailwheels deliver exactly what you need. You can join the ranks of countless STOL champions who trust Tundra Tailwheels. All of their products are now compatible with a leaf spring, T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspensions. You can go to tundratailwheel.com to upgrade your aircraft today.
Well, that sounds exciting, because if there's somebody that knows about having good gear underneath their airplane and how to max perform it, it's somebody who's raced motorcycles, raced cars, raced airplanes, and he has won at everything he's ever done. So that's something worth looking at, those Tundra tail wheels. All right, cool.
Yeah, so
something new.
That's Steve Henry, who Jughead is talking about there, but then Josh Richling, if you don't recognize that name, he's actually his crew chief. So the two of them absolutely do know about that stuff.
All right, so here we are, Oregon Trail STOL. Our family homestead is just up in LeGrand, Oregon, about 70 miles away. The ranch has been in our family for 5 generations, about 115 years now. The Oregon Trail does go across our property, both in the upper parts and the lower parts. But here's something else. Let me ask you, all right?
Yeah, hit me.
Stump question.
Oh, geez.
What else is Ontario famous for? And it's something you've probably eaten a lot of, or as a kid, or maybe as an adult.
I actually know the answer to this because that item is on the Oregon Trail STOL shirt.
And what's that?
The tater tot.
And what do they call those tater tots? What's the name of that company?
Well, is it the Ore-Ida tater tots are right out
Ore-Ida
here, right?
tater
How'd I
tots,
do?
yeah.
Did I pass the quiz?
Absolutely, with flying colors.
Yeah,
Of
they're
course,
actually
people don't realize the name stands for Oregon, Idaho, because we're only a mile from the border, the Snake River.
right over there,
defines
yeah.
it. And now I grew up on the dirt farm in Moses Lake, and we raised potatoes. And as a proud Washington potato farming family, I would be remiss to not remind all my Idaho friends that Washington actually produces more tonnage and more acreage of potatoes than Idaho. Idaho just got to the marketing aspect first, but they do well in second place.
So I have a similar thing. Being from Wisconsin, we're the cheese state, we're the dairy state, but California makes way more milk and cheese than we do. But we got on that. Our cows are colder, so the milk is fresher. That's what I tell everybody.
I'm pretty sure that everybody would agree they'd rather have Wisconsin cheese and milk than anything out of California. Dakota loves cheese. That's like his spirit animal.
Oh,
so
there you go.
I'll let them know and expect you just next time just to show up with curds, and you can just...
Well, yeah, the next time you're swinging through Wisconsin, we'll go to the best way to get cheese curds in Wisconsin is to go to a gas station. Just go to any gas station. You can find, well, you can get the deep fried ones at a restaurant, but you go to a gas station, you get the ones that squeak when you eat them. It'd be great.
There you go.
Yeah, then you can't get them at a nice restaurant, a nice store or grocery store. You got to get them at the gas station. That they're somehow better that way. I don't know. While we're waiting for the action to resume here, looks like the runway is clear. Checking out Tim's aircraft still. I want to also talk about another one of our sponsors, Red Tag Art. Red Tag Art features innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from red-tagged aircraft parts, which are no longer viable for use. Each new design starts with red-tagged aircraft parts and seeing those parts not for what they are, but what they could be. So it's everything from bottle openers made from valve covers to turbine coffee tables and everything in between. You can check out their designs or start a custom project at redtagart.com. I recently got it in my head that I was going to build my own aircraft wing desk. The last week I've been doing all this research about how to do that. I even found a pair of wings in Tennessee that I was considering moving up to Wisconsin, and then I realized I should probably just call these guys. It's a big project to make something like that. I was talking to all these people like, oh, this is going to take you months, and 20 years from now, if you ever move out of your house, you're going to be moving a wing, like the spare wing. You're never going to get it done right. So I got to call Red Tag Art and just see if that's something they can take care of for me, because they do magic there.
Hey, but Christmas is coming up, so great idea right there. That go to Red Tag Art and see what you can find for that loved one in your family that loves aviation.
They even have, I think, candles that smell like jet fuel and things like that. Let's go to the booth right now, or not the booth, the pits. We got Joe Dory on the mic with Brennan on the camera.
Hi there, Joe Dory from Caldwell, Idaho, flying number 53. It's a highly modified Piper Pacer, and practice went okay. You know, there's always the jitters and the butterflies of first landing at a new place on a new strip, but it all went good. I never scratched once. All that means is tomorrow I'll scratch every time. So hope everybody's having fun.
Thanks so much, Joe Dorian. He's got the right vibe about it, though, right? You got to have a little fun while you're out here, National STOL, and that's what it brings us back every month to these competitions.
Well, the thing is, he's on to something, because if you have a great practice, it makes you nervous because you're like, oh, did I just use up all my luck, all my good juju right now, or do I got something left for competition day tomorrow, Ryan?
I think if you're from that family and you're as skilled as he is, you probably got something stored up for tomorrow.
Probably.
So let's talk a little bit about who else we're going to see in practice, folks. We've got a bunch of folks coming in. Steve Henry, we talked about. He's going to be practicing later. We got John Douglas, Ty Burlingham. John Douglas, one of the hosts of Rocky Mountain STOL in Pinedale, so someone to check out and watch. Kyle Bushman's going to be flying in the Boss. Have you seen that aircraft yet?
I have not seen his airplane fly. I've seen other ones. I've been to the factory. I've always been impressed, but I've been watching what Kyle's been doing with the airplane in the last 2 contests, and I was like, I can't wait to see it.
That is a show. It's a showstopper. One of our mutual friends, Corey Robin, another Bush pilot, likes to see that it looks like it's shoveling the air out from in front of it. It is so large. I got to sit in it at AirVenture in Oshkosh. Yes, he's just doing the classic. Ty's just doing the taxi back with the tail up. Classic skill for a Bush pilot.
And the nice thing about a Cub, light on the tail, easy to do that. There's practical reasons for it as well as showmanship reasons. Today, it's a practical reason.
Yeah. So Kyle Bushman, though, I was going to say, is sat in it. We're not standing right now, but just to put it in perspective, you go stand next to it, the floorboards are at about my shoulders.
Yeah.
So I needed help. I didn't want to admit this, but I needed help to get in it. I had to get boosted up into that aircraft. It's so huge. So that'll be fun to watch fly later today.
One of the things that I'm excited about, Ryan, and one of the great things about National STOL is how they keep developing the rookies and bringing new people into the sport. And one of the things I'm really excited about is we've got 2 rookies that were at Moses Lake that are now back down here. My brother Mike Council and Shad Forrester are both back in town competing at their second National STOL event, and they're no longer in the rookie class.
Yeah,
and so
moving on.
They got bit by the bug, and they went absolutely. We're still cutting hay back home on the farm. I should say my brother is, because I fly for a living and farm for fun, and he farms for a living and flies for fun. And for the first time, I actually saw him go, I don't care where we are with hay. This weekend, I'm going to Ontario, to Oregon, STOL.
He got bit by the bug.
Yes, he got bit by the bug.
I don't know if it's fair to say that he was like a true rookie, though, like putting on a clinic a little bit here and there at Moses Lake. Like both of these gentlemen, Shad and Mike, did a really great job there. So looks like we've got the next round of practice starting. If I'm not mistaken, that's John Douglas up front.
So this is what we're calling the touring class, right? The name keeps changing just a little bit. Yeah, touring class for us. So we've got the big 182. We've got a 180, I think another 180, and then Kyle Bushman in
They may have perfectly lined up for us here in practice. It doesn't happen. So right in front of us, let me introduce you folks. John Douglas in a 1964 Cessna 182 from Pinedale, Wyoming. Again, one of the hosts of that show. Behind him now in front of the booth is Ty Burlingham in a 1967 Cessna 180 from Woodburn, Oregon. That's a beautiful aircraft. I've never seen one painted like that.
We've seen Ty compete before because I recognize that beautiful paint scheme on that airplane.
And then someone's mixing it up in the back, and we'll talk about him in a second. But if I'm not mistaken, right behind Ty is Mark Berg in a 1953 Cessna 180 from Bend, Oregon. So we got some Cessna 180 love going on here right now. And then there's the aircraft we were just talking about, the Backcountry Super Cub, the Boss, piloted by Kyle Bushman. Look at that absolute beast. And they can all move forward there. And then look at that, race 44, Steve Henry taxiing by. So everyone again, John Douglas in that 1964 Cessna 182 taxiing by the crowd right now from Pinedale, Wyoming. Next up in the 1967 Cessna 180, Ty Burlingham from Woodburn, Oregon.
Beautiful 180 out there, Alaska bush wheels on it, Method 7 glasses up on the cowl. Looks like a Horton STOL kit on the wings, skylights. good, useful working airplane, and a lot of fun as well.
Can't even see what's going on with all this dust. Okay, here we go. Mark Berg, everybody, race 282 in the 1953 Cessna 180 from Bend, Oregon. Give him a round of applause as he taxis by.
And that classic 180 looks like it's sporting the Sportsman STOL cuff with, of course, aerodynamic VGs. Those great folks are out of our neck of the woods up in the San Juan Islands.
And next up, prowling through the dust from Eugene, Oregon, race number 77, the Backcountry Super Cub called the boss. It's Kyle Bushman.
Oh, yeah, the boss. It's an IO 540, 330 horsepower. That airplane is bigger than a Cessna 185. It looks like a Cub on really, really big dose of steroids.
He's
a couple times over.
And he's dropping the flaps down. He's waving at the crowd with the giant flaps. Just waving hello to everybody there. That plane is basically all flaps. But now, just to mix it up in practice, we've got the touring class hanging out with this guy. I can hear it. That's race number 44, everybody, from Nampa, Idaho. It's Steve Henry.
Yeehaw, Octo.
Man, that aircraft is something else. And if you have been watching on YouTube and things, you know that he actually had an engine out like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And the plane is already fixed, ready to go. Short final, had a fuel issue. And he said he didn't realize, the takeaway for me was he didn't realize how much thrust the aircraft was making at idle. He said, I haven't done many total power off approaches. And so he's like, I got to get more proficient at that in this aircraft because he underestimated how much thrust the aircraft was making just at idle. So when he lost the engine completely, came in a little bit hotter than he was expecting. And as a side note, that is amazing to be that forthcoming, share that learning.
Well, and that's, I think, the biggest thing to learn out of it. It's no different than, back in my days of flying the F-15 and Steve Cox, Freak, who will be here. We flew for 40 minutes and we debriefed for 4 hours. Mm-hmm. And being able to stand up and admit exactly what you did wrong to the NAT, you know what I'm about to say, is how you get better. And big kudos to Steve to expose himself vulnerability-wise and go, yeah, I made a mistake. I broke one of my old rules. I got slower than I needed to be at altitude. And it was simply because he's always modifying the airplane. He's always doing different things and just didn't realize how much airflow, like you said, was over the tail. So when he went to flare, just didn't have the energy he needed. But well-built airplane, good design, arrived at the ground under control, and a little bit of welding. A week later, the airplane was flying. Look at this, 182, setting the standard, coming off at around 340 feet with, well, I'm going to call it 3 mile an hour headwind. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of wind on the nose now, which is, we'd always like to see a little bit more. That was John Douglas, again, from Pinedale, Wyoming. Ty Burlingham in the 180.
Oh, very nice. 280-foot range, using a very traditional style for the Cessnas, letting the tail kind of naturally fly itself up and then reaching down, using that manual flap handle to rapidly deploy the flaps just before lowering the tail all the way down to maximize the angle of attack and hoping that airplane gets airborne, and it did. That was a great first one to kind of figure out what's there.
Here comes Mark Burgess. Oh, kind of snuck up on us there. He was ready to fly.
The only reason we know that was shorter is the judge from the last takeoff took 2 steps to the right. And so it was like 270 feet. Those were almost identical takeoff performances out of very nearly identical airplanes.
Here's Kyle Bushman in the boss.
Are we going sub 200? Oh, he tries, and he went too early. No, 250. He pulled at about 175, and that was too early.
It wasn't ready to go yet. It wasn't ready to fly. Here's Here's Steve Henry now. It's going to be a little different than what you just saw. Very different aircraft. Doesn't compete against them normally.
Now, I suspect what this is really about here is he's probably tuning the motor still.
Okay. Whatever.
37 feet, didn't even pick up the tail, took it off in a three-point attitude, which is usually what he does when there's a strong headwind. So this is something new, and I don't know if it's something different with this engine and gearbox, more torque, or if it has something to do with his maximizing his boost, getting the turbo spun up. But he's always practicing. He's always trying to figure out that extra little niche.
Well, and what they're doing, too, this season is they're experimenting between a 4 and a 5-blade prop. And he said they pull about the same, 5-blade smoother. Maybe that could be part of it, too. Here's John Douglas now in the 182.
Nice approach. Good over the line. Gave up about 50 feet, but, hey, we're just trying to figure out this first one.
You found
He's
a couple.
Just skidding.
Yeah.
Just skidding the whole time, going through some ground squirrel whistle pig holes.
Ty Burlingham turning base to final now. His takeoff 281 feet. By the way, okay, the score's in for Steve Henry. That was a 29-foot takeoff. And
that's not trying. That is
no, that was just like, let's see what it can do.
Yeah, that's just a practice. Hey, here we go.
That's the warm-up. That's stretching for Steve Henry. Okay, here comes Ty now. Little burst of power, gave up about almost 100 feet, coming in kind of hot because of that power, and now he's got to dissipate all that energy.
I told you this grass was nice. That right Alaska bush wheel was skidding most of the time. So many people out there think you cannot possibly land a tail dragger with the brakes or brake aggressively. In reality, under the right conditions, under the right landing surfaces, you can do both quite aggressively if you are proficient and have practiced it well.
Well, and there's a reason why, at least at where I went to flight school, first tail dragger lessons are always on grass. Give a little more room to get on the brakes if you need to. Mark Burgess. Good over the line.
Immediately dropped the flaps down onto the main. That's a good effort. 270. We have a couple of these 180s that showed up to play. They're going to give Kyle a run for his money.
Well, and what's great about being here on the West Coast is it opens it up for a bunch of pilots that aren't able necessarily to get to the other events. We're seeing people that we haven't seen compete through the rest of the season.
Now, being a Pacific Northwest guy,
issue that I said West Coast. We are kind of far.
We are not on the West Coast.
It's West Coast to me.
It's west of the Mississippi. Yes, you're right, Ryan. It's west of the Mississippi.
There's no
even
coast
west
here.
of the Missouri.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Being on the coast of the Snake River. What's nice about being here on the coast of the Snake River?
The west banks of the Snake River. I'll give you that one.
Okay, thanks. Here's Kyle Bushman now. Let's just move on from that. Here's Kyle Bushman hovering it in.
God, that airplane's huge.
And he's going to stop it super short.
Less than 150. 147. That is amazing.
So that's an aircraft with a 3,600-pound gross weight.
You know what we need to do is we need to go find 2 moose tonight, shoot them, gut them, and put them in the back of the airplane so he can compete with the moose in the back of the airplane and make it fair.
Yeah, like equalize
that's what that airplane's
bit.
designed for.
Yeah, that and then some. Here's Steve Henry now. Again, a 29-foot takeoff for Steve Henry. Oh, look at that. Jughead and I just stunned into silence.
And I have flown and competed with Steve for almost 10 years, and you are always amazed watching him. But he's such a great ambassador of the sport because he will sit and talk and help anybody out there, whether it's piloting techniques, mechanicking, manufacturing, he is all in. And it's not about him or Wild West Aircraft. It's about promoting backcountry flying. It's about promoting the race series, the competition series, general aviation.
Absolutely, yeah. Very open to sharing. Also, what I love about him is he's not afraid to come correct me if I get some wrong information. It's always fun to do that. I want to actually look at these scores here for a second. So Tim Shellhorn in that Carbon Cub that had the tail wheel issue at the end there, his best score was 177. In a weird way, that's not too far from Steve Henry. That combined score of 105 for Steve Henry. So now that is like 72 feet, but we're
totally
getting
different categories of airplanes.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that we're two totally different type of aircraft, and they're getting that close. So Steve Henry with a 29-foot takeoff and a 76-foot landing, also giving us a little dusting. Thanks, Steve.
Hey, thankfully, it's still blowing slightly away from us. I'm looking at your computer going,
yeah,
I'm glad I don't have to maintain that thing.
Yeah, it's pretty covered in dust here. I actually hadn't used this laptop since Pinedale, and I opened it up at the at Denver Airport to answer an email, and dust fell over the table, and this guy looked at me, and I was like, it's a long story. Okay, here's John Douglas now.
So a little longer than his first one there. Interesting. Now, that's an electric flap airplane on that 182. It's a later model. And so he's kind of got to time it, and he's kind of committed. Once he throws that flap handle down, those electric flaps start to drive down. Not only has he got to be looking forward, but he's also got to be looking to see where his flaps are.
Here comes Ty now, getting that tail up. Yanking it off. His best was first run was 281, so an improvement there. Looking at like 274. Any coaching on that one, Coach Council?
Nice and consistent, reproducible. That looked like it was pretty well flown.
Mark Burgess now.
Oh!
Nice!
That one was more well flown.
More well flown for Mark. We saw that last time. It was 270 was his previous best takeoff. Scores coming in right now.
My daughter's an English major, and she's probably just rolling her eyes right now. Like,
oh
my gosh.
more
really?
better, more gooder. Here's Kyle Bushman with a roar. Woo! Wow. Sub 125. So that's his previous, as you noted, he pulled too early last time. 250-foot takeoff. He's going to be well below that. And Mark Burgess's score is in now 241.
And now all the line judges have to run from the 300-foot mark all the way back down to the sub-50-foot mark. Good day to be a narrator. You see.
Here he goes. Maybe, one rotation of the mains?
Maybe.
That was
what was that physics statement you have?
What is physics? What
Doesn't even matter?
Doesn't even exist.
Oh.
Beat is the score's already in 27 feet, so 2 feet shorter for Steve Henry than the last one here in practice in Ontario, Oregon. And Kyle Bushman basically halving his takeoff, 250 down to 124.
Wow.
So he figured it out. He knew what he did. That sounded very accusatory. Yeah. And we've got John's wife on screen there watching. She's narrating it, taking some notes for him.
I like when they said John's wife's on screen, I'm like, well, wait a second. My wife's not supposed to be here.
And
a
John
little bit
Douglas
short
down,
there.
yeah.
A little short.
Put on a really great show in Pinedale, those two. And the other thing I'll say is when we had that wind event, they were so quick to respond, worked really hard to get a couple aircraft in a hangar, just provide support for everybody. Here's Ty Burlingham now in that 180.
Oh!
And they're calling it good. Oh, that was close.
Wow, that was literally on the line. I want to see the replay of that. Great landing, 200 and got about 48 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Actually good, like 3-4 feet good. But
Yeah.
again, that goes back to that's so close you can't tell in the airplane. And we couldn't even tell sitting here. We're sitting 350 feet away. We couldn't tell with our angle.
Yeah. And you have, so I mean, walk us through that a little bit. We've got time as the next aircraft comes in. Like, what is that like in the cockpit? Like, how do you have to scratch pretty early to know?
Yeah, we'll let this landing hit and then I'll address that. Oh, and that one was a scratch. I doubt he's going to know that. So go back to Moses Lake STOL. And my first landing, I came in, pretty stable air. I felt really good about the landing. I see the line coming in. It was a deflare landing, which means I eased forward on the yoke, and I dumped the flaps all at once. And I was real happy with it, thinking I probably pretty much nailed that line. And going back and looking at it, when you look at my video off my tail, the right wheel touched down about 6 inches short, and the left tire hit about 3 feet short. But it was such a gentle touchdown you couldn't tell. It wasn't until I turned around they gave me the X. I'm like, oh man. But at the same time, my second landing was only 2 feet past the line. It felt
Sure.
the exact same, but it happened to be good. And so when you're getting that close, and it depends too. My second landing, I brought it in a little bit steeper. It took it Kyle Bushman bouncing the old backcountry cub there.
And he scratched it on there, but look how short. I mean, like, that large of an aircraft landing that short is insanity. Anyway, continue.
So sometimes the line is tough to see at a really flat angle. You know, if we bring it in on that really flat approach behind the power curve, the nose up in the air, it may be tough to see the line. And, of course, any air that you make when you're really low to the ground, or if you have to add any power, forces you forward. If I can take that 1.5 degree glide path, turn that into 2.5 degree glide path, come in a little steeper, and I can see the line a little better.
Good over the line. He couldn't see the line at all.
He's looking out his left side.
Yeah.
He's got a seventh sense that tells him where that line is.
Whoa, and look at that low pass.
Woo! An L29. Stopping. So, yeah, but if you said and talked with Steve lately, or it was on one of his social media posts, for him, this practice was all about not scratching, not scratching, not scratching. He goes, I've been scratching way too much this year in his competitions, and he says, I need to go out and I need to make sure that I don't scratch. And that's exactly what my philosophy is coming in today. My practices today is all going to be about finding the line behind my main tires when they touch the ground, because I went 2 for 3 with the scratches in Moses Lake. Now, that was still good enough to beat Tegan.
Yeah, she was not pleased
I don't
about
know,
that.
Yeah, I don't know if we've mentioned that at all before, but she scratched once. I scratched twice, but yeah.
You still beat
Where
her.
are you, Tegan? Tegan,
Where
are
is
you, girl?
Tegan?
You should be here.
I'm a little disappointed in her that she's not here.
Well,
you guys
her and I
did
were both supposed to be at Independent STOL, and last minute both of us had to cancel, which killed us because it's such a great event and, you know, real close and one we like to support, and we wanted to keep the rivalry going.
The grudge match. Did you throw her? We can settle this right now. On camera, it looked like you literally threw her out of her airplane. Is that?
No, she was out. She was out of the airplane well before I even got there.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
She
was so anxious to go fly
tumble.
9-7 Bravo and experience such a great performing lightweight airplane.
Some stunt work by Tegan. Okay, here's John Douglas now.
There you go.
And he got it off settling.
He did, and he kept it off. He kept it off.
Well controlled.
Because for those that are new to National STOL, if you touch the ground again, if you settle on your takeoff roll after you initially get airborne, it's the last place that you left the ground that counts. And we have seen that. We have seen it 200-300 feet past the takeoff point touchdown.
Here comes Ty. Full throttle. He's going to get that tail up a little bit. Not quite ready that time.
No. I I thought it was good. There's our L-29 just landing. Race 10 on the number. I wonder if he's here for the jet class. But I thought that takeoff attempt right there looked good. And he had 2 good competitive takeoffs, so it was like, go for it. Let's see what this airplane will do in these conditions.
Mark Burgess. Best takeoff so far, 241. And not quite as good that time around.
Okay, here's what's changed, though, Ryan. Look at our 8 flags. They're all facing a different direction, and none of them are moving.
Yeah.
Those first couple takeoffs, we had not a lot of wind, but we had just enough. 3 to 5 mile an hour wind can make a difference. And we're seeing that with those third-round takeoffs.
Kyle Bushman drops the barn doors, and it's hanging on, too.
Same thing. Oh, my God. That means Steve Henry might have a 37-foot takeoff.
You might
see. Let's get on our feet and
maybe
watch.
30 feet. Yeah, we'll see here. Yeah, and actually, I was thinking about that same thing, John, because a lot of scratches that last run, too. We had 3 scratches. Normally, they don't happen all at once like that. No, it's the same. It's the same for him.
I was going to say it was definitely longer.
You think it's longer? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was longer. I'm going to call 33 feet.
Oh, I don't know. I just saw him pointing somewhere around 25 feet. Could it have been shorter?
Anything's possible with Yeehaw.
29 feet. So back to 29 feet.
Terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. Who let that guy in here? Okay. John Douglas now coming around the bend. Getting it all lined up and stable. Someone
Flags
who's
are dead calm.
Yeah, got nothing. Maybe a tiny, 1 or 2 flags moving a little bit.
Make it a nice landing.
Pumping the power, catching it. Oh, no. Those main gear haven't rolled once since he touched down. That is hilarious.
What I love about John is he's not afraid to make the airplane work for him. And he's been bitten by the bug, the STOL bug, and it's clear he's out to just improve every time. Okay, Ty Burlingham now, a little bit longer on that takeoff. We talked about the wind factor there. Tail touching down right before the line.
That might be his best landing yet by about 2-3 feet. Yeah, that tail touched. He dumped the flaps. That put the gear down. He was immediately on the brakes. So we know he was at minimum airspeed when he came across that line.
Little battle between Ty and Mark. Mark's the one on short final right now. Holding it up.
Oh, good on the line as well. These guys, I hope they've got some money on the line because they are going at it.
So right now, between the two of them, Ty's best combined score, 524. Mark's best combined score, 538. They were within a foot of each other, though, on this last run, 570 and 569, respectively. Here comes the boss, Kyle Bushman, the master craftsman he's been called.
He can work an airplane. He can build them. He can design them. He can fly them.
Oh. Just a little too short.
But that blue flag kind of matches the pretty blue on the airplane.
Yeah, it's almost it's same Pantone color.
Oh, that's a fancy word.
That's the marketing in me, the marketing guy in me, yeah. My day job in marketing, is it the right Pantone shade?
Hey Siri, what does Pantone mean? She's thinking. A system for matching colors used in specifying printing inks. All right, so see.
Yeah, a little bit. I know my stuff a little bit. Okay, here we go. Here's Steve Henry.
I'm learning something.
Yeah, well, it's pretty rare I can teach you anything. All right, here we go. Steve Henry coming in. Look at that. Just using the throttle, using all that power. Good over the line for Steve Henry. No. Oh, now the blue flag came up late. Now
we
they're
got
both
a blue.
up.
We got a blue and a checkered, so I'm really confused now.
I don't know. We got to go to the replay. Let's watch it up here.
Who is that guy on the flags anyway?
Oh,
No, that's a scratch.
that is a scratch.
I think what that means is both is he needs to see it on the camera because look at the left tire probably was good, but the right tire was a scratch.
Oh, and watching
Yeah.
it on the
So-
replay too, it looks like the line judge. That's Eric Farewell on the line today. It looked like he thought it was good and then realized it was too close for him to call watching
Yep.
both mains. I
So
think you're absolutely.
both flags go up. I do like this fancy. Is that like a makeup mirror?
Yeah, I
you
need to
have
check
light?
my makeup.
Yeah.
The little mirror there to make
Yeah.
sure you're looking good. Got to figure out what your Mac color number is. I think I'm an N5, neutral 5. That's me. And look at you can see us in that
After
shot.
this, its number's gonna be D4, dirty 4,
I love it.
or dusty.
So it looks like we're going to give him one more round of practice. This is mostly touring class tomorrow, but also Steve Henry in the unlimited class. He can kind of just fly whenever he wants. I don't think he's being challenged this weekend. He's just here for the points and the practice.
Yeah, I was really hoping Hal Stockman was going to be able to make it up. Obviously, a local type of event for Hal, but obviously he's working the airplane, rebuilding, and actually getting his new airplane finished. And we're not going to see him. That's too bad. And where's Pops? When's Pops get to town?
Pops, yeah. Well, I want to see him fly.
He's probably sitting over there playing with his grandkids, or he's up in the Idaho mountains right now with the grandkids, probably catching some trout, hanging out, having fun. He'll show up when it's time to do the business.
Here's the thing I learned about Pops at AirVenture this year. Kind of a good dancer. He's got some moves.
Oh, yeah.
He was doing some moves on the line. He was our line judge during the STOL demo. All right, here's John Douglas. Cleaner takeoff than last time in terms of that settling.
We're starting to get a little more breeze, Ryan, but it's mostly a crosswind. It's about 70 degrees of right quartering headwind. So not helping the takeoff performance a lot.
Ty Burlingham, best score so far, 524 combined.
So as I sit here and I watch this, I'm like, okay. This morning, as I was flying down with my brother and Chad Forrestor, I was kind of in my mind thinking, okay, what's the number I need to, as I talked about at Moses Lake, especially for practice, I'll just pick a number and I'll just fly to that number and pull it.
Okay. Leaping off the ground there, Mark Burgess. So that, I was going to ask you that. Everyone I've interviewed has different techniques. Some pilots will like sing a song. You're more of like a visual timing, like.
So for that first pass for me, I'm going to look at the environmental conditions, the wind, the density, altitude, whether we're on pavement, firm dirt, tall grass, and I'm just going to go, okay, I'm going to fly to a certain number and I'm going to pull. And this morning I was thinking, you know what, maybe 200 feet.
Kyle is working to get that very thing dialed in.
You know, because Moses Lake, I was having sub 100-foot takeoffs. Now, we had wind there, so I don't have the wind to help me. We got some density altitude, and we have grass. So I was thinking about 200 feet this morning as I was flying down. I'm not sure that number's going to work. I might bump it out to 225 for my first try. We'll see.
Steve Henry just. The thing is, like, we get to see that a lot. It's rare. We have this unique privilege in this job to, as we call these shows, we get to see Steve Henry do that a lot. And I always think one of these times it's going to be boring.
Well, like last night, we're sitting out on my brother's patio, beautiful sunset over the hayfield that just got baled, and we were watching the stacker stack it. So less stress on Mike because one more field is done. And I was telling him, hey, one of the things I'm really excited is this is the first time you're going to get to see Steve Henry fly.
That's right.
It's like, that's going to be cool. Now, he's like, I'm actually just really excited to see Kyle Bushman fly with the big airplanes. So he's getting a double whammy today. He's seeing the small yeehaw capability, and he's seeing the big capability out of the Badland.
And that was too close to call on that landing for John Douglas. Really working to dial in the scratches. Let's see if we can get a replay for you. right
wow,
on the
that
line.
was good.
We'll have to go to the line camera if we have it to get a true.
Here it comes. Come on. But before, there's Ty coming in, drops it across the line. That one was definitely long. You could tell he floated it, and he dumped the flaps and pushed it forward, had a little bit of a bounce, so that a little bit longer than he has been, 285. And I never did see the line footage, so I'm not sure on that.
And a replay for Ty there, well over the line, about an airplane length beyond it when he touched down. And yeah, look at all that energy. You can see the gear bending as he's trying to get it down and slowed down. Mark Burgess, short final, dropping it in. Good over the line. Same thing, about an airplane length. He's got a lot of speed to dissipate. A little over 325.
One thing, though, I think, we have shortest distance winners, but we have winners in competition for consistency as well. And I see Ty being a possible ringer to win that. He has really had, less than 10% variation in everything he's done?
Yeah, it's been really close.
285, 264, 275, yeah.
Yeah, this last landing was a little bit of an outlier for him beyond the scratch on his second run. Kyle Bushman coming in nice and low.
So that Badlands Cub, I don't know if you can see it with the great high-definition cameras as it gets closer. The flaps take up 3/4 of the span of that giant wing. I mean, it almost looks like I'm looking at my 737 and how the great Fowler flaps on the big airliners are. That's what it looks like as you see this airplane, especially from the back. So much flap area. And, of course, the leading edge slats really letting that airplane get slow.
Yeah, I love all the flap on that aircraft. It is, airliner-like. I like that. Here comes Steve Henry, prowling through the grass. Nap of the earth.
I think what he's probably doing here, because he got way low, way back there, I think he's just practicing his throttle response. He's just getting the feel, and he's just flying down the runway. This isn't about a landing at a perfect stop. But it was about
Wait, what were you saying?
Working to get to the line.
Okay, his shortest landing thus far was 74 feet.
That one's going to be about the same, I think.
74 feet on the nose.
I think good.
Yeah.
2 airplane lengths.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
Yeah.
That's
But this
insane.
is the extended length Highlander, so. I love the Wyoming Pride. Got the buck and saddle bronc rider on the airplane there.
So everyone's taxiing back right now after 4 runs of practice. It's time to take a little break, so we'll be back with more practice here in Ontario, Oregon Trail STOL in just a moment.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aeroleds was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aeroleds installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aeroleds continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aeroleds serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aeroleds is redefining the expectations.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000, just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. So.
You said that the most common position for the CEO Guardian's over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally in somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, a 275. His ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, your 2 audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the CEO Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that you actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke Spore, everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Textbook.
About 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the beast mode coax, Colin Kaniva.
Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
And welcome back to Oregon Trail STOL here in Ontario, Oregon. My name is Ryan Dabrowski. I'm very luckily joined by John Jughead Council here in the now dirt-covered booth. We're waiting on a water truck to come wet down the taxiway here, and maybe we could have done that maybe one minute earlier. Like my laptop here is literally under like an inch of dust. I want to go now to the pits. If I'm not mistaken, we've got Brennan out there, our roaming cameraman, with Steve Henry in front of race 44. You guys got us?
Just who you are, where you're from, how did you do practice?
Pop story.
Yeah. I'm Steve Henry from right here, Nampa, Idaho. We have a local event here. We just did practice, and I felt like it went really good for me. I've been scratching a little bit lately, and I had no scratches. I got 4 landings, all very consistent. I'd look out where I stopped at 75 feet every time, so which is long, but for today, I guess that's okay. Everybody's long today, I'm sure. It's pretty high density altitude. Plane's working great. You know, I had a little incident about 2 weeks ago, less than that even, a week and a half ago. Hard landing, broke a gear leg, stuff. I got that all fixed. It flies just like it ever did, which is awesome. A Highlander XL. I love it.
Those bigger tires, yeah?
Yeah, and I'm running my 31-inch tires today, and they're working good. They're working really good. It gives me more angle of attack for takeoff, which is good, but they're heavier, which is bad. If the grass is wet, they're slick, but today the grass isn't wet, so I'm still getting good grip for stopping. So they're working really good today. I like them.
What do you think your performance is going to be tomorrow?
I think it'll be about the same if the weather's the same.
Who's your biggest competition out there?
I'm not sure. Probably Tim Shellhorn. I'm guessing Tim Shellhorn. But there's some other guys that could be pretty good too. A couple of guys in the sport class can be pretty tough. Joel Milloway. I'm blanking out on names right now.
Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick and his Rans. They're both flying Rans, but yeah, both those guys are tough. They're good.
Awesome. Can you say back to you, Ryan?
Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Steve. Great flying today again. Steve Henry, combined score, best score in practice here of 102.
Here comes my favorite competitor. You see this guy? This performer is great. You see the big white? It looks like a Mack water truck.
Yeah, we need that.
Water truck.
We need a little bit of that.
My black dog Dakota is not quite so black down there. He is wanting. He's wanting to go find a river and jump in it. It's like, come on, Dad, let's jump in the airplane, go to the sandbar.
Time for a bath. So
time for a bath.
We're getting ready for the next round of practice and kind of looking at who's out there. I think we've got a lot of our rookies here at Oregon Trail STOL getting ready to put their first practices in.
We also have a really wide variety of airplanes. We have what looks like a home built. It's part of it looks like a Cub. It's a 2-place tandem tail dragger. We're thinking it's turning like an 0200 or an 0235 maybe. Then we've got a Stinson Voyager, it looks like, behind that, a Taylor Craft, and then a super cruiser. So
Yeah,
some classics. We got some classics here.
Yeah, and in my sheet here for the mystery plane, it says it's a 2011 Dressen Escape, which I have never heard of before. It's too bad we don't have a device in the booth that we could look up more about what that is.
Dakota, what is a Dressen Escape?
Yeah,
He's a pretty good dog, but he's not that good.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Yeah. It says here on the sheet it's running 150 horsepower, and it's got aircraft performance mod, say VGs, gross weight 1320, so light sport. But that's kind of all we know about. Flown. We'll learn more. Henry Nelson, retired farmer from Idaho. So we'll learn more about that in just a second. But yeah, so we're gearing up for a rookie class, and look, the water is on its way, trying to keep that dust down. And I wish I could show you folks what it looks like in here. What it looks like with all this dust that's been kicked up. I'm sure we're not the only ones that have had this experience. And then we need them to actually water this next part right here, but
there we go. There
Okay.
we got it back on.
Oh, race controls just interested. He was trying to be polite and not spray Shanna, one of our camera persons. She probably, it's getting pretty hot out there. She probably wouldn't mind a little cool down. Okay, here we go. Getting some water, minimize the dust for us.
Wow, the mosquitoes are getting big around here. They have nav lights on them.
And we're back in the pits, and you called it. We got Josh Rischling now on the mic.
With the, water truck.
And Josh, if you can hear me, who you got there, Josh?
Pops Dory just flew in from Caldwell, I presume.
Caldwell, yeah.
How was that flight?
Oh man, it was great.
My bad. Let me do this again here. Yeah, there we go. This side I'm doing it wrong. This side?
Yeah, don't matter.
Oh, yeah. Wait, does it smoke too bad? Does it smoke too bad?
No, not bad. No, just flew in from Caldwell. It was great. I passed Joe on the way. He's going to get somebody a tail wheel.
Well, it sounds like we lost their audio as they're chatting out there, but there's a cool aerial view provided by White Squirrel Aerial Media. You can see what the water truck did for us. It looks like they might come back and do another
For those
pass.
folks who don't know.
Yeah, it's a scratch-built Cub. A guy named Kenny Johnson from Kentucky built that thing in 2012. I've had it ever since. He's just a builder. He wasn't a flyer, really. And it had, a little extra long wings and a little bit extra cord this way and a little bit more cord or whatever it is this way. And I changed the angle of incidence of the wing and put big tires on it and put 0360 pistons in it. And
outstanding. You're also the one that I see fly steeper than any other pilot that I've ever seen fly. And I remember that from Arizona a few years back. You still do that?
Steeper,
climb
out. It'll climb out steep with those flats. Yeah,
like vertical.
It'll get the motor higher than the gas tanks. So you got to count about 1, 2, 3. Okay, get the nose over.
or then what's going to happen?
Or it quits.
Yeah.
Which it's done at Oshkosh a couple of times, and then the safety guys got me.
That's the old school pilots from out here in Idaho, backcountry Idaho. So what trips did you do this summer?
Oh, let's see. I went to Oshkosh. I didn't fly this. I took my motorhome this year. I started them over there. I've been starting them at Oshkosh for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, maybe something.
I think it's been about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I flew in it for a long time over there, and then I got this thing on its top and was saving up some fun tickets. So Frank says, "Well, come help run it," and I've been doing it ever since.
That's awesome. And Frank and Chris Knapp, just some awesome individuals running that.
The ones that run that STOL competition. Over
doing an awesome job. So
they do.
that's awesome. And thanks for being out here with us as well.
Yeah, sure. Great.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. So, awesome.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of late. I had to do a grandpa thing. Little Sky, Joe's little girl was in school over there, and it was Grandpa Day or Grandparents' Day, and I had to go do that, so I'm late getting here. But
oh, those are the important things that make it worth it, right?
Exactly.
That's right. Awesome. Well, thank you for coming in afterwards and coming here in the heat of the day and being here at National STOL, Oregon Trail, Oregon.
Oregon.
All right, now back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Josh. And Jughead, you called it. He had some grandpa duties he had to do. Always important to get that family stuff in. And now he's here. Pops is here. We're going to watch him fly a little bit later today, I'd guess. The dust is... Can I show... I don't even know... I want to show something to the camera to see. I'm just going to keep complaining about the dust, but it is... There is a lot of... It's just...
There is so much dust on Ryan's computer that the keyboard is only halfway visible as far as being able to tell what the keys are.
Yeah, I have no idea what the letters are. Yeah,
I guarantee there's some computer technician in the future that's going to be just shaking his head going, I don't even want to know.
So I'll stop complaining. I don't want to be too much of a diva. We are, of course, at a STOL flying competition, a bush flying competition. It's going to get a little dirty. It got real dirty the beginning of this season at Swamp STOL. We got a green flag now for practice. It's time to watch some of our rookies. They're going to taxi by, and we'll introduce them to you in a second. That's going to give us a second to talk about one of our sponsors, Legend Aircraft. The Legend Cub continues to be one of the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It's a modern Legend, and those who have flown one consider the Legend Cub to be one of the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. It combines the best from the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. American Legend Aircraft Company has engineered in all the safety, comfort, and convenience options imaginable. You can learn more at legend.aero. So now, taxiing past the crowd in race 393 from Parma, Idaho, it's Henry Nelson in that dress and escape.
So what you see there, again, it's a tube and fabric construction. The wings look a lot like a Cub type of wing or something similar. He's got a squared off tail on it, a little bit shorter stance on the main gear. I see some nitrogen over air hydraulic shocks underneath it to help control the rebound. I didn't get a good look at what tail wheel was on that, whether that was a Tundra, an Acme, who knows what. But a little bit of upgrade on the tail wheel. So it's going to be interesting. That's one of the fun things. You know, we get to see different pilots and we get to see different airplanes, and you just never know how they're going to perform because it's the pilot that makes more difference than the airplane a lot of times.
Well, it's going to be fun because we've got both of those things combined right now. We've got rookies we've never seen before and airplanes we've never seen before. The next aircraft here, Jughead, this is race 618 from Nampa, Idaho. It's a 1947 Stinson 108 flying station wagon piloted by Justin Harrison.
And a unique feature, it's got tube and fabric on the fuselage. It's got a fabric wing, but it has built-in leading edge slats that help keep the air flowing over the top of that wing, especially to the ailerons. Kind of another aerodynamic tool, similar but totally opposite of, similar in function but totally opposite in how it performs to like a VG, vortex generator. And of course that beautiful classic Stinson tail, the planned form of the tail, which is a corrugated aluminum tail, it screams Art Deco.
Oh, it's so
great
beautiful.
Design, and they're wonderful airplanes. He's got both doors off today, enjoying the extra airflow, which is feeling pretty good here in Ontario, because Oregon STOL is heating up not only in the air, but it's heating up on the temperature as well. I wouldn't be surprised if our density altitude's now over 4,500 feet. As our next competitor, Ryan, comes in, this looks like our Taylorcraft.
Yeah, so this is race 220 from Ontario, Oregon, one of your local pilots. 1990 Taylorcraft F-22, so it must have been restored. This is Sean Coleman.
Really light airplane, and when you keep them light, fly them light, and learn to fly the wing, they really perform well. So this is just going to be a great, such a great variety. Our next competitor, I'll let you talk about.
Yeah, I was going to say, this one might look a little familiar to you. This is race 783 from Moses Lake, Washington, in the 1946 Piper PA-12 Mike Council.
And this is definitely a super cruiser. It kind of has all the Super Cub mods, 180 horse, VGs. They've added the flaps. It's got the Super Cub tail. He's running 29-inch Alaska bush wheels, the baby bush wheel tail wheel. So he's got a new set of bungees underneath that aircraft, ready to put some little firmer touchdowns on it if he needs to.
Okay,
but
I see what
his first competition outside of the rookie class. So it is great to have my brother competing with us here today again.
So that is going to be this next heat of practice here in Ontario. And like you said, it's really exciting because we've got a lot of aircraft we don't normally see competing. We've got this weird, I don't want to call it weird, this cool, unique, kind of home-built looking thing. We got a Stinson, almost never see those on the circuit. And a Taylorcraft too. It's rare, but it exists on the circuit every once in a while. Just heard that green flag has been raised. Going to get some line judges across the line real quick, and we'll kick off this next bit of practice. Real quick, I want to talk about another one of our sponsors, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They're keeping us caffeinated here in Ontario, where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. They love their coffee. It's really great. A premier air-roasted, small batch, single origin, specialty grade, direct trade with a promise of never bitter, always better, bougie coffee. You can join the caffeinated joyride at Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. Use coupon code STOL10 for 10% off your order. Now here goes our first rookie in practice.
All right, 275 on the takeoff, actually a little bit shorter than that. So one of the things I noticed about this airplane, everything's a trade-off. He cannot generate a lot of angle of attack on the ground, so he's just got to generate more forward speed. So we're probably going to see some longer takeoffs out of him, just simply based on the design of the airplane.
Now the Stinson. Yeah, so beautiful. This beautiful aircraft. Let's see what he can do with it. This is Justin Harrison.
Oh, and it rolled long. It was like, I'm not ready to fly. That's going to be a tough one for him. And again, that's a characteristic of the airplane. It's not that it doesn't have good short field performance, but we have taken the level of competition to almost to such extremes that what used to be considered really good performance anymore isn't quite competitive. But as a rookie, it's really about coming out here and learning about yourself and your airplane. It's not about trying to get on a podium.
Here comes the Taylorcraft. Sean Coleman at the controls.
And he's airborne at about 480, 490 feet. I told you we should have put a bay window into this place.
Yeah, well, we could cut one out right now. There's nothing behind this wall here.
All right, well, something tells me this next takeoff will occur ahead of us. Let's see if we can get about a 250 to 275 out of this super cruiser.
Now, is that professional opinion or a little bit of sibling pride?
That's actually professional opinion.
Okay, all right.
That's evaluating the pilot, the experience, the airplane, the weather, everything.
And you called it. It did happen right in front of us, maybe a little bit longer than we expected.
Yep. He asked for it to fly at about 275, and it wasn't quite ready to. So that's one of the advantages. It's not easy to go from the microphone and the cameras to putting on my competitor helmet, totally shifting gears. And I think you've seen me in the past where I've done it where it was, no kidding, in the middle of competition. I set it down, hand the mic to the poor closest pilot next to me, get my airplane, and literally have to shift gears in 10 seconds.
So there's the Dressen. Came in, gave up a lot of footage, but safe over the line. Getting it stopped down around the 425 mark. Again, that is Henry Nelson, the retired farmer from Parma. The retired farmer from Parma, Idaho. And take a look at your screen right now. We got some of the food trucks. You know, that someone should bring us some of
that
those.
looks really
Kona
good. I gotta
ice,
go.
right?
Oh, tacos.
And tacos, too. Okay.
Okie, I don't even know what an okie taco is, but I'm going to find out. Dakota's never met a taco he didn't like.
Okay. There we go.
Here comes our station air. Good energy across the line. Nice smooth touchdown now up on the brakes. And he's just running stock tires. Going to hurt him a little bit on his takeoff roll. It can be a little better on some landing distance. All right.
And you brought this up before, but I think what's really incredible is, you know, we are used to seeing the Steve Henrys, right? We're used to seeing the 33-foot takeoffs, the 300-foot takeoffs, the 76-foot takeoff of Tim Shellhorn earlier in practice. Like, those are insanely short distances. A lot of and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of backcountry strips, places you'd be going, would never be this short. This might be like sandbar. This is an elevated level of performance that you don't necessarily need to go into the backcountry. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. And like in Washington, we've got a bunch of really great state airports that are back in the mountains, and they're all in the 25 to 3,000 foot range. Now they're surrounded by 100-foot trees.
Okay.
So you have that to deal with.
That.
So landing distance is usually never an issue. It's more of an issue with takeoff performance. Yeah, we're waiting on our next competitor coming around. I'm not sure where the delay is, but it's
I
probably
got him
for a
off
good
in the
reason.
distance there. Yeah, the Taylor Craft off on
there. It is. Okay. And I'll tell you what, I mean, the white Taylor Craft, my brother's airplane's kind of cream white, and coming down from Moses Lake today in the smoke, just impossible to see that airplane. I was losing sight of him all the time.
Just kind of floating it in there. I'll give you some scores real quick. Chris Nelson Henry Nelson in the Dressen Escape with a combined score of 717 combined. I want to put that in perspective. My Cessna 172, I am not flying it like a bush pilot. I'm not flying it STOL. I'm not taking off anywhere near 700 feet, let alone combined. Okay, here's the Taylor Craft now. Good over the line. Again, giving up, a hand, maybe almost 100 feet. And now we've got to get it slowed down. That yoke is full back. And as soon as I said that, he relaxed it. But there we go. Taylor Craft is down and stopped. And that would leave us with Mike coming in, hovering in off on the distance there. We've got some transient traffic departing.
Probably a young flight student out just starting their career. I can remember those days for us. I think we all can. And such a fun time in our lives.
What was the first aircraft you piloted?
My dad had a 64 182G that I remember being 8 years old getting to fly. Of course, I didn't solo it. But that's the first one that I remember a lot of. Oh.
Right on the line.
Going to the judge on it, trying to get on those brakes, heel brakes on the Cub. He's watching for it to quit stopping. Gets to a stop just short of the 400-foot mark. Let's look at the replay video, Ryan.
Oh, it's close.
Oh, I think they're going to call that one a scratch.
Yeah, you can see just a little bit of dust getting kicked up by the tire there over the line. But it was barely touched.
Yeah.
So we're going to have the aircraft taxi back for their next run of practice. And I wanted to go back to the thing you said about this Dressen Escape that we're seeing for the first time. You talked a little bit about the angle of attack that it did or did not have on takeoff. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit in terms of, we've never seen this aircraft before, but what are the pros and cons now that you've seen it do one lap around the pattern?
It looks like it's a light airplane, which is always good. You can either go with a lot of horsepower or you can go really light. Very few airplanes can do both. So it looks like it's a light airplane. It's got a good wing on it. And just giving my brother a little feedback there, scratched by just a little bit. I like the wing on this aircraft.
Get some IFR conditions down there on the...
Yeah. What I'll look at this time is his flap configuration, some of the techniques he's using to see if he can... The key for him is to accelerate as quickly as possible. And so get that tail wheel up out of that grass and hopefully be able to accelerate quickly and then not add any extra aerodynamic drag to it until you know it's going to fly. Easier said than done.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like a lot.
Or push the throttle forward and then hit the easy button.
See, I have one of those in my Cessna. Yeah, just throttle forward and easy button it. That's how I learned. All right, here we go. Henry Nelson in the Escape.
So the tail comes up nice and early. I like that. And a good flat acceleration. Pulls the flaps and just way early, though a lot better than his first one. So a good improvement. I'd like to see him pull those flaps about 3/4 of a second later and keep that tail up. Pull the flaps, keep the tail up 3/4 to a second longer. I
See
think
if we
will
can
help
get
him.
that. If we can get that relayed, that coaching. It's not every day you get a former F-15 fighter pilot giving you tips from the booth. All right, here we go. The Stinson on the roll. Last takeoff was 500 feet.
This was much better than this. This is going to come in at about 460. So both of these rookies coming in, local guys, great to have them join us here at National STOL. Both are already showing improvement, and that's what the rookie class is about. That's what getting out here and flying STOL is really about, is learning to maximize yourself as a pilot, build skill, build confidence, get the most out of your airplane, and have fun, because we come back time and time again for the people. It's not the trophies, it's not the prize money, it's the people.
Sean Coleman on the roll in the Taylorcraft, working that rudder back and forth.
Oh, yeah, and that was better, too. Gonna call it 430. The VGs on those beautiful, long, sleek wings. That's the thing about the Taylorcraft. Big, long wings. Fast little airplanes, not a lot of planform to them. All right, Mike Council in the Super Cruiser out of Moses Lake, Washington. We'll see what he does here. I would like to see him delay his flap pull just a bit. Keep going, keep going. Now he's got partial flaps in already. We'll see if he pulls any more. Pull nice. That, I think, was a good effort. It came off quicker than before. Could have gone just a hair longer before he pulled, and I think it would have came off a little cleaner. But again, 3 in a row with good improvement over the first practice. And that's why we call it practice.
Yeah, they came in right about the same there, actually, in the end, according to the judges. I agree with you that it looked a little bit shorter, but we have a different view angle.
So what I'm seeing today, Ryan, that we don't normally see.
Oh, and here's our friend, the Escape, as you and I are chatting, already getting out. Look how
much better.
Previous landing was 447.
And now he's 282. So they're going to school with themselves. I like the fact that we've got 3 categories of performers, already contestants out here, that are all in the same ballpark. Everything's happening around the 250 to 350 foot range in front of us, with the exception of Yeehaw.
Here's the Stinson. Now, the Stinson just gave up about 250 feet before touchdown, so that's a thing to work on. Felt like it brought in a lot of energy that time.
Yeah. The Stinson is a little heavier airplane. It's funny, I've got a guy I fly with that has one that compared to my 170, so I'll outclimb him, and then he'll outrun me in the cruise.
Okay.
I don't outclimb him by a bunch. It's maybe like 10%. And then he's got 10% on cruise speed on me.
Taylorcraft turning base to final now. That's Sean Coleman. So look at that improvement. 900-foot takeoff on the first takeoff, 429 on the second takeoff. So that's a big dial in. Now, the first landing for Sean was, let's ostensibly is 1,000 feet. We got to get shorter than that to be competitive, but a 1,000-foot landing, that's going to get you into most runways around the United States. Little bit of a balloon.
Big balloon there. Got a gust of wind, and that's carried him long.
So touching down maybe around the 175. I was being generous.
There you go.
I was like, a little balloon. You're like, let's call it what it is. That was a big balloon. All right. Getting it stopped. And Mike Council coming around the mountain. Best landing was 399.
Trying to get an update on our density altitude here. Nice stable approach, though, out of Mike. I like that. Keep it coming down. A little power driving forward. Keep it coming good across the line, but always giving up. Giving up about 160 across the line there. So overcompensated.
And I just pulled, well, this hasn't been updated yet. 48 minutes ago, density altitude was 4,394 feet.
So we've gained almost 400 feet since we started practice. Which, hey, yeah, that means it's going to be 5,000 by the time I get there.
Well, we can't just hand it to you.
So this is going to be a fun competition for me because Jeff Whiteley and the Beast, and we have STOL drag race together, where I've beat him in heats, and then he's beat me in heats. And we are literally 50-50 in competition against each other. We have done traditional STOL together as well. He's made some modifications and improvements to his airplane since we last competed. I've added my Sportsman STOL cuff. I've added my VGs. I've got my 31-inch bush wheels to maximize my AOA. So we are back kind of in no man's land of all we know is the pilot. We know the basics of the airplane, but we really don't know how they're going to compare against each other. It's kind of very similar to what we had at Moses Lake, lightweight, low horsepower versus high horsepower, heavier weight. Of course, he's got those leading edge slats on it. It's going to be fun.
It's interesting, too, because I was thinking about the two competitions that we've seen you both, or seen you at recently. You know, we saw you last at Moses Lake, obviously huge wind day, a lot of wind on the nose. And then Pinedale was a very different experience for him with a high density altitude and things like that. So just hard to draw a direct comparison.
Oh, yeah. Nothing. There isn't.
It's going to be just all on the table today and tomorrow. So as we look at this now, we're going into our third run of, I'll call it Rookies Plus, because Mike's not a rookie, but third run there. We've seen dramatic improvement across the board. Everyone's score has dropped. Henry Nelson in the Escape down to 606 combined.
Look at that takeoff. 2.25. And there's no headwind. It is still all a direct crosswind.
Stinson on the line, piloted by Justin Harrison.
Was he sandbagging?
I don't know, man. Maybe. His best score now, 1,175 feet. So improved the takeoff, but not the landing for Justin.
I'm just looking to see what our order is. So I'm behind Jeff, so I at least get to see what his takeoff is.
You're watching Jughead transition from announcer mode to competitive mode before your very eyes here.
Well, I've been analyzing competitor mode all the whole day in here.
You've been taking notes on everybody.
There's advantages to getting to do this.
Yeah, and then you got all the cameras. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so that was Justin Harrison in the Stinson. Here is Sean Coleman on the roll. Best takeoff so far, 429. And that's going to be shorter. Judge is running back towards it. Mike on the line now. And we actually have what I'm impressed with this rookie class. We've got air bosses, by the way. We haven't talked about them. Everyone give a round of applause for the air bosses on top of the broadcast trailer here. They're keeping everyone safe and separated. And what I noticed between the first run and the second run is they did a good job of tightening up the pattern and keeping it a little more efficient. Mike, on the roll.
Yeah! Somewhere around 350. They're going to give him a little short of that, 343 or so.
And we saw that left main come off the ground first. We measure from the one that stays on the longest, but
we got a crosswind, so I expect to see that left main come off the ground. It's normal
what you would see, yeah, absolutely. Okay, the escape.
Now he's been surprised. We didn't see his last landing, and he surprised us, so we better pay attention on this one, Ryan. He's coming in on the low profile, behind the power curve, fighting it, gets it across the line, nice smooth touchdown. Picks up the tail, and now just consistent, stable braking, which it looks like he's doing.
Yeah, there we go. A little bit more than 350 feet for Henry Nelson.
It almost looks like there's a Rand's tail mounted to a set of Cub wings, and the cockpit and fuselage kind of looks like a combination between a J3 and a Rand's S7. Water truck is coming back by. Woohoo! Victory lap out of the water truck is always good to see. Our station there, nice approach this time. See if we can get it down early. Pop that power. There you go. Beautiful,
nice.
Smooth touchdown. Maybe 30 feet past the line. That is nice.
That's going to be a big difference if he can get it stopped. Just rolling off to the left there. And just heard from race control clearing off to the left because of the water truck, which makes sense. Now what's going to be great is that they can maybe spray us in here, and then I'll have mud on my computer.
That reminds me of a story I'll have to tell you one of our breaks, but here's our Taylor craft coming in. A little steeper approach. We'll see if he transitions that down flat or if he keeps trying to ride that wire down. Looks like he's riding the wire nicely. Real stable. Little burst of power right there. Hold it. Oh, it quit, and it hit just short. No, I was riding home from, I was working out of Phoenix, Arizona at the old Willie Air Force Base, flying extra 300s. It's 1 in the afternoon. I'm riding my bike home. It's the middle of summer in Phoenix. You can imagine how hot it is. And there's new construction. They're building this new road, and I'm riding this perfect, brand new asphalt, smooth as can be, and I see this water truck up ahead, and he's watering the asphalt.
Oh,
and
man.
I ride as hard as I can to catch up to this truck, and right before I get to him, he shuts the water off.
No.
And I ride past him, and the foreman's there, and I'm like, oh, no. I've been chasing this water truck. You tell him to turn that thing back on. And so they did. They were all got a good laugh out of it, and I rode through the water a couple times. The next day I showed up with a couple 6-packs of cold beer for him. There's Mike across the line. Good landing now. Get it stopped. Onto the brakes. The flaps are still down. And 450. So I like his approach. Good approach. He got it to the line well. Now it's a matter of learning to maximize that braking effectiveness. And this is where I don't have a lot of experience with hill brakes. The airplanes that I have flown that have hill brakes, I've never competed with them. And so I kind of use them for turning.
Yeah.
And Mike has gotten very comfortable with them. He actually prefers the heel brakes now over the toe brakes. The Taylor craft, they're kind of a little stuck getting across the ditch. They're going to help him out.
Give it a little push. There we go.
I don't think he was stuck as much as he was trying to see where the lights are for obstacles and trying to steer with the tail wheel kind of deep in the dust there.
Yeah, you got to wonder if there's a little, animal holes and things like that out there too. While we've been chatting here, I've been doing as much Googling as I can about this Dressen Escape aircraft, and it is like a ghost. I cannot find anything about it online. I found the N number, obviously, and saw that it's registered as the Escape, but I can't find any, like, product pages. I can't find any plans, any performance info at all. So
no,
I got to go talk to Henry tonight after practice and get the lowdown on this airplane, because you may be watching something very rare fly.
What if it's an airplane he designed?
Could be, yeah. I mean, how cool would that be? All right, people are getting ready to come back around. We already talked a little bit about the weather. We're back to zero wind. Wind's calm. It is only getting hotter and dustier here in Ontario. And we've got the rookies coming around for another run through the pattern for practice. The rookies and Mike, I'll be fair. So Chris Nelson, or Henry Nelson, best score was actually his last one, 580. Justin Harrison did better. Well, not actually. Sorry, I'm looking at the math wrong. Rolled out on that landing. So the 999 on the landing doesn't help him there in practice. Sean Coleman with the scratch. Otherwise, that would have been his best run if he had not scratched. And then let's go up to Mike. That was Mike's best run, actually, with a combined score of 804, so down from 868. And while they are getting ready to reset, I want to take a minute also to talk about flighthelmet.com. I'm going to put that on pause, actually, because we got to stick to the action. Here is Henry Nelson in the Escape. Easing it off. There we go.
270, maybe high 260s. Excellent job of going to school on that airplane and the conditions. And that's the thing, is every runway condition surface is different, and they can change throughout the day as the moisture goes out of that grass. As it gets warmed down over the weekend, it's going to allow greater acceleration and probably better deceleration.
Justin Harrison in the Stinson.
And while that grass is beautiful and green, it's thick. It's 3 to 4 inches thick of high drag, wide bladed grass.
Settling back down for the Stinson there, so we're going to have to measure from that second liftoff point. Sean Coleman in the Taylor Craft. Well, yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I remember when I was doing my private pilot training. You know, those performance, your pilot operating handbook, talking about how long is the grass?
Is it wet? Is it tall? What direction is it laying down? So did the mower come at it towards you or go away from you? Because there's a big difference in that friction.
I don't remember that column on the in the spreadsheets, but I know you're right.
I don't know that it was in the books, but if you land on Mike's runway, it looks like a golf fairway, and you'll notice it. It is the stickiest grass in the world. We'll look and see what way the mower stripes are, and we'll actually try to mow the one takeoff direction in the appropriate direction so that the grass is laying down.
Here comes Mike.
There we go. Come on, buddy. Come on. That's it. That's it. Oh, come on. He did it. The airplane just wasn't quite ready to fly. Now, he also has a fair amount of fuel on. He has not drained anything off to get into what we call competition weight.
Sure. That's actually part of practice. I think a lot of folks will dictate how many runs they do, or if they do or don't do runs some days based on if the plane is at their target weight for competition. So while the Escape comes in, let me get back to this, because one of the things that we talk about a lot at National STOL is safety, and one of the things that is new this year is helmets are required for competition. And if you're a rookie, yeah, huge, right? It's absolutely huge. If you're a rookie, you might not have a helmet yet. So we've got a number of helmet sponsors, and the first one is flighthelmet.com. They specialize in the safety and service of flight helmets, full customization in-house. You can even get it painted like Maverick or Goose if you want to. Use code NSTOL50 to get $50 off. There we go. Look at that landing by the Escape.
Beautiful, very controlled, smooth touchdown. Nice flying skills there. Really? Maverick and Goose? Really? Oh, my God.
You know what? Here's the thing I would
First
actually
you call
do.
West Coaster, now you're bringing up Top Gun analogies.
Here's what I want to be honest with you, because I'm fanboying a little bit. Every time I get to sit next to you, we've known each other for a couple of years now. I want to paint my helmet like yours. What was yours like?
We were in the Air Force. We didn't paint them. They were just tactical fighter gray.
Okay.
That's just a new thing that the Air Force has started to allow artistic helmets.
And a
beautiful touchdown. Unfortunately, it was short.
Yeah,
but it's going to be his best. His energy. That was a nice improvement on his energy. That's a sub 500-foot landing.
Yeah. And like really well done getting it down closer to the line. I would take that as a win for sure, getting it dialed in. Okay, so I'll just get a gray one.
Well, and when you do bring up the fact that, we didn't decorate ours, so I guess it is, I'll give you a little slack there.
Okay, all right. So, helmet's super important, flighthelmet.com, part of that picture. We'll talk about other folks that help us get that done as well. The other side is Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. They've been a partner of National STOL since the beginning. They've got excellent customer service and coverage. Ladd Gardner Insurance is aviation protected. Go call them if you need some aircraft insurance. They do a great job making sure everyone's covered.
And the thing I love about Ladd and their coverage is you're covered in competitions. You're covered if I land on a sandbar. You're covered if I'm out in the Idaho backcountry. So they really understand. They're not just expecting you to fly your general aviation airplane into an 8,000-foot paved runway with an air traffic control tower every time. They support all aspects of aviation.
Little bit of a long landing for the Taylor craft there, giving up maybe 100, 150 feet before touchdown. Mike's on final approach now, high and to your left.
Now, we got a little bit of smoke in the skies here at Ontario, and I'll tell you what, the aero LEDs that you see on Mike's airplane, they sure are nice because they pick up the visibility so much nicer. And actually flying down today, it was like, hey, can you turn on your strobes? I was behind him, so I couldn't see the wing and taxi lights, but bringing on the strobes helped.
Holding
nice
it
approach.
up.
Oh!
Scratch for Mike on that one.
But a better performance. We're going to be sub 350 feet. He scratched by 2 feet, but that's still a much better performance. We can work with that, as we say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the line, right? The line is the hardest part. Well, the two things we see for rookies is scratching, and the other thing we see is braking action. And most of the time, it's not enough braking action, but sometimes it's a little too much.
But what we don't see that's also a big factor is nerves. The psyche aspect of flying in front of a crowd, flying in front of cameras, competing for the first time. That is a big factor.
So they'll be heading back to the pits. And it'll be time for our next round of practice. We've got a few more aircraft to show you. We've got the sport class. That's those Rands, S7s, Joel Milloway, Pat McIntyre. But we also have Jughead's class coming up soon as well. So you're going to see the man himself at the controls in that grudge match with Jeff Whiteley. If you weren't here, I'm torn because obviously we're friends and we have the sacred bond of being the men in the booth. But Jeff Whiteley's aircraft is the one I spent most of the time holding down at Pinedale, so I feel like I know him really well now, too.
But you've become very personal with his aircraft wing strut.
Yeah, at a certain point, I was just like literally holding, sitting on the claw tie down that he was using. I was just sitting on it. I was like, I was
watching video of that, just going, oh man, and it wasn't like you had to do it for 10 minutes. It sounds like that gust front storm came through, went on for quite some time.
Yeah, almost some people said 90 minutes. I don't know if it was that long. I felt like it was maybe around an hour of sustained wind. It was pretty insane. So anyway, I don't know. I'm torn. But we're going to see you guys flying a little bit. While we get ready to go here, we should also talk a little bit about STOL, and this is do you do any flight simulator stuff? I know you did probably sims in the Air Force, and you do sims
No,
at work,
I've
right?
never done sim stuff.
You never done like home computer sim stuff.
No.
So this is a thing that is new this year. National STOL started the STOL circuit, and they literally we take drones and we take pictures of all of the competition sites. They get turned into virtual airports in Microsoft Flight Simulator with all the markings and everything, and people from all over the world will come compete virtually in Microsoft Flight Simulator in STOL, and it's taken off, no pun intended, so much this year that this booth that we're sitting in was actually on the floor of the Flight Sim Expo in Las Vegas, and everyone was competing in that. So that's pretty crazy. It's a great way to get involved if you want to get involved in STOL and you maybe don't have your own aircraft yet, you're not a pilot, certificated pilot yet. Go be a virtual pilot in STOL. Go to nationalstol.com, click the chat button down there, and you can go right up into the Discord server and talk to this great community of pilots that are all flying in STOL. They've challenged me to join it, so I ordered my yoke and my throttle quadrant for my computer, my rudder pedals, and I'm thinking there's a number of aircraft you can choose from. It's not as broad as the real life version, but I'm thinking I'm going to go 170. I'm going to go 170 Bravo. Right? I got to do that.
It's what the winners fly.
Yeah, exactly. It's what the winners fly.
And what the second place fly if you're Tegan.
Yeah, that's right. She flies that too. Man, you're getting the digs in on Tegan for not being here. So check out STOL. If it's something that you want to do, go check it out. Nationalstol.com. Click that chat button, and you can learn more about that. And
so we got some neat stuff coming up here now. And this next class is
it should be sport class.
Sport class. Looks like we got one. There's a RAN 7. It looks like a second RAN 7. We got a tiger striped one, which I don't know if you've ever heard of what's called tiger meets.
No. Yeah.
So there's various military units around the world of all different nations that have a tiger mascot theme, and once a year they have a tiger meet. So your squadron jet shows up, which is painted in all tiger stripes, and it might be B-1 bombers, it might be F-15s, it might be Raphaels, and they go to these basically tiger meet fly-ins, and it's a really cool thing. So it's always cool to see an airplane out here with tiger stripes on them. So we got the two Ranses. We've got the Evinrude, another classic, iconic pilot and airplane here in the Treasure Valley of Nampa, Idaho native. I don't know if a native, it's where he lives. Ty Firkin and his Kit Fox that he refers to as the Evinrude.
And I was wondering why, but it's got to do with the way that the Kit Fox two-stroke sounded, yeah? Like the name Evinrude was inspired by the sound of the first Kit Fox's two-stroke engine, named after the dragonfly from Disney's The Rescuers. Okay. So we're going to learn more about this dress and escape right now while everyone taxis up. Brennan's in the pits.
All right, go. Yeah, I'm Henry Nelson. I'm from Parma, Idaho, retired farmer. Flying a dress and escape. It's an experimental Cub with the 0320 Lycoming, 150 horse, and I really like it.
How do you think you did out there in practice?
I don't know, fair, I guess. I usually don't fly when it's this hot, so that's kind of different for me.
Any expectations for tomorrow? How do you think you're going to do?
I'm just out to have fun. That's all I care about.
All right, awesome. Can you say back to you, Ryan?
Back to you, Ryan.
I love hearing Brennan prompt them to say back to us. Thank you so much, Henry, for that. I still got to learn more about that thing. Got to learn more about what's what about it. Okay, we got some competitors in front of us. You were talking about the Tiger Shark one up front in race number 4 from Blackfoot, Idaho in the 1996 Rans S7 called the Tiger Shark. Everyone give it up for Joel Milloway.
I think Ty Firkin even cleaned that airplane. I mean, that thing is shiny. The chrome wheels are all shiny. The white. Woo! He's ready to put on a show for us.
And so, yeah, that's race 90. 1997 Kit Fox Model 4 from Caldwell, Idaho. It is Ty Firkin.
Now on the roll on our main takeoff, it looks like the Aero Commander, one of the force fighting support aircraft, is rolling. I hope he's not going to work. He would be an airborne incident commander, and we don't need to see that. But that Carbon Cub coming up third position here, that should be a fun one to see.
Washington, it's a 2015 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS, piloted by Chris Figgins.
And then, wow, modified gear. This looks like another Rans, but sitting really tall, is it?
Yeah, so this is from Lincoln, Nebraska. It's race number 40. It's a 2006 Rans S7 piloted by Pat McIntyre.
Oh, it's Pat's. Okay, this is the new one, so this is different than what he had with us down at Sun and Fun. So that is good to see.
And then behind him, done with granddad duty. We got to scroll up here. Yeah, there we go. Race 35. It's the 2012 Super Cub clone, piloted by Joe Pops Dory.
The Coyote. One of the early, I don't know if you knew this, he had some great stuff early on in the YouTube days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up on some of that
Playing
stuff.
a little banjo, sitting on top of a hill. Here goes our first Rans, pulls for it early, and it does get airborne on the second attempt at about 170 feet. Lightweight, low horsepower. Ooh, are we getting a tailwind component, or is that all still crosswind?
It feels like to the left side it could be a little tailwindy. Closer to us right now, more crosswindy. Those are the technical terms. Here's Ty Firkin on the roll. Oh, real short. Okay. This is why the sport class is fun. You're getting these really light aircraft. You get really short numbers.
Yes.
Chris Figgins in the 2015 Carbon Cub SS.
Aggressive with the tail, airborne nice and early, about 130 feet. So looks like maybe he has done this once or twice before. Now we know Pat has. He can make this airplane perform. A veterinarian when he's not out flying. Oh, there you go. Milked it off at about 165.
And Pops Dory getting ready to put on a little bit of a clinic for the youngins, I think.
We got leading edge slats across the wing on this modified experimental Cub. Big bore prop. Pulls earlier than it wanted to.
And a
Coyote Ugly's airborne at about 135 feet.
So let's look at some of these scores here. We have Chris Figgins in the Carbon Cub with 135. Joel Milloway's takeoff in Tiger Shark, 169. Ty Firkin, 139. And wait, Pat McIntyre also with 169. So we have a little bit of a Rans battle. And then Pops Dory, I wasn't kidding when I said he's going to show the youngins what's up, 143 feet.
We missed the landing there. He snuck in. He's so quiet.
Let's watch it on the replay here. Good over the line.
Really nice over the line.
Joel Milloway is the one to watch. I think between him and Pat McIntyre, you see them trading first places all the time. But these little kit foxes, like Ty is flying. We had Jonas Marcinko flying one in Pinedale.
Yes.
They are really starting to throw down the gauntlet against the Rans S7s in the sport class.
And Ty being local, he's flying in this hot, dirty air all the time, whether in his business flying as an ag pilot, whether it's backcountry here in Idaho having fun, but he came up just slightly short with the Evinrude here today.
And that's a really clean early model Kit Fox. They usually don't look that pretty.
I love the fact that it still has the old round cowl on it, and And that is a light airplane. Well, as our Carbon Cub, it's surprising. This is the least. We've only had 2 Carbon Cubs here at Oregon National STOL event, which usually quite often will have a half dozen plus.
Yeah, usually it's a lot of Carbon Cubs and a lot of Legend aircraft MOACs.
Legends, yeah. Or you can be like Colin and leave your Carbon Cub at home and compete in the Legend Cub.
I mean, he's even brought them both once. So here's Pat McIntyre. You'll notice if you're used to seeing these airplanes, the wingtips look mighty fresh. And that's because he had to repair those after Pinedale. Plopping it in, no big deal.
Nice.
That wind taking a little bite out of Pat's wingtips when it came through. So those are all fixed up and ready to go. And Pop's Dory just hovering it in.
Again, this is where we're going to see a really extreme angle of attack. He'll be looking out the left side of the airplane because he won't be able to see over the nose. Waiting to get in closer to get lower before he gets it really, really slow. There's that transition. The nose is coming up. Just hovering slow, slow, slow. Very controlled. Drops it over the line. Good. Up on those brakes. Nicely. Get her. Stop. About 185.
Yeah, didn't exactly stop. They're like, hey, you got to stop, Pops. Hey, well, they're taxiing back, everybody. Don't forget to check out the merch tent. If you're here on site, it's behind you there. We can get a wave from the folks at the merch tent. Go pick up a great, like if you're into tater tots, the shirt from this event's got 2 tater tots hidden on it. Go see if you can find them. And then, yeah, if you're not at here at Ontario, you should go to nationalstol.com and you can order all the same stuff. We got great hats. We got these amazing straw hats. Great for being out in the sun. So go check out that stuff, that National STOL merch. We'd love to have you. Also want to give a big thanks to usatrailersdirect.com. We talked about how this broadcast trailer that Jughead and I are in went to Flight Sim Expo. The other thing we have to talk about is how we do have a little air conditioning going for us, keeping us a little cooler in the heat. There's behind this wall right over here is the entire broadcast apparatus. So we've got the graphics people, the people that are cutting from the different cameras, scoring, all that stuff's back there. Big thanks to USA Trailers Direct for that. Joel Milloway off nice and short, sub 150. Woo!
So the light guys are really showing the benefit of being light. There's just no substitute, usually, for a light airframe. Because the power-to-weight ratio, they may not be high horsepower, but they're such light airplanes that even at 90 and 100 horsepower, they're really, really capable. You know, we're talking airplanes that are weighing 700 pounds and 100 horse. I'd take a 7-to-1.
Yeah, that's not bad. Let's look at some of these scores. Joe Milloway's previous best, 357. At the line now, Chris Figgins did have a scratch.
But he had a good first takeoff. This one kind of a little more conservative. That airplane got airborne well before the tail got down. He didn't even actually finish placing the tail down. So he definitely left something on the table there.
Pat McIntyre in third place of practice overall, by the way, with a combined score of 296. That is why he is one to watch. He's only behind airplanes that he's not even competing against.
Oh, nice takeoff.
He has that timed perfectly. And look, we're on board with him actually there as well. You can watch. My favorite thing to watch with his onboard camera is the flap modulation. He's got that modification for the RANs that uses more of like the Carbon Cub flap position. You can see him really working that. Here's Pop's Dory now. Best score so far that first run was a combined score of 343 feet.
Good pull, good takeoff. Had about 124. Now this Pops is actually used to flying at a lot higher density altitude. He's spent most of his life flying Coyote Ugly down in northern Nevada, and so he's down in this thick air.
Yeah. He's like, what? We're at a field elevation of a little over 2,000. We might as well be underwater. Here's Joel Milloway now in the Tiger Shark.
Burst of power, gets it across the line nicely. Good deceleration braking effort. And I think he'll be happy with that, 155 feet or so on the landing. Well, Ryan, it has been fun, but it's time for me to go out there and get ready for my practices. I'm going to try to, if I can get a 600-foot total score, I think I'll be happy today. And if I can get it a little bit shorter than that, great. But I think 600 is going to be probably realistic based on today's environmentals, the density altitude now being close to 5,000 feet. And wish me luck.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on the mic with me. Everyone give it up for John Jughead Council on the mic.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll wish you luck in practice, and we'll see you a little bit later today.
All right.
Ty Firkin down just short of 225. Chris Figgins in the Carbon Cub. Nice and slow. A little bit of power to hold him off. Tail popping up a little bit as he's heavier on those brakes, but he balanced it out just right. Now he's got to get it stopped right around the 250 mark. Joel Milloway, by the way, as these scores come in here in practice in Ontario, Oregon, combined score of 306, so an improvement there. Chris Figgins, who you just saw now on the board, combined score of 415 feet. Ty Firkin, good over the line at 378 feet combined. Pat McIntyre dropping it in somewhere around the 200, just under 200 feet. That first landing, though, with 127 feet. So a little bit longer on the landing. He kind of traded places here. He had a longer takeoff and a shorter landing, and now he's got a shorter takeoff and a longer landing. That first run will still be his best at 296 feet combined. Pops Dory with 120 What he can do with that airplane is absolutely magic. 124-foot takeoff this last run. Let's see what he pairs it with. Good over the line. Getting on those brakes, keeping that tail down, no problem. Sub 200 feet for Pops Dory here in practice. While they are taxiing back to give us another run, I want to talk about another one of our sponsors. It's Flying Eyes Optics. Flying Eyes Optics and sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around, and they are a returning sponsor here at National STOL. Consider supporting National STOL and save 10% by using coupon code NATIONALSTOL the next time you're in the market for high-quality eyewear. I'm wearing them right now. They are prescription glasses. This one that I wear, and then I've got these sunglasses here that just magnetically like magic. Wait, not magnetic, magic. It uses magic to go on there. What's great about it is for pilots, you can get the lenses, the sunglass lenses, non-polarized. You can still see all your instruments. You can see airplanes off in the distance. So really appreciate their help. Coupon code NATIONALSTOL next time you're in the market for high-quality eyewear. Now, let's go back to the field to practice. Joel Milloway on the roll. Floating it off right around the 160 mark. Joel Milloway's best takeoff so far, 147. He is literally neck and neck with Pat McIntyre. Ty Firkin off the ground around 175. We heard Jughead Council all day today calling attention to the winds. Look at what these sponsor flags are doing. They're a good read on what the pilots have to work with. Chris Figgins, same thing, around 175, 176. And now we've got maybe what's like a crosswind into tailwind for Pat McIntyre. Best takeoff for him was his last run, 144. Wasn't quite ready to fly that time. Sub 200 still for Pat McIntyre, but in practice overall still holding tight to third place of practice. Pops Dory, fifth place of practice. Again, he's in a much bigger aircraft than what the others are flying. Waiting for release from the air bosses. Full throttle. And he's floating off. Great showing by Pops Dory there. With a takeoff distance of 186 feet. And as soon as he is off, Joel Milloway is back on short final. Holding it off good over the line. Getting that tail up a little brake fade to the left, and he is stopped short. If I'm Pat and I'm watching this from the air, I'm going, okay, Joel's in the fight for tomorrow. Ty Firkin off to your left, coming in low. Ty Firkin again from Caldwell, Idaho. Got his pilot license straight out of high school. IFR, commercial rated pilot as well. Good over the line, dropping it in on those spring gear. And another landing, sub 200. It is going to be tight in the sport class tomorrow here in Ontario, Oregon. Slipping it in now for Chris Figgins. Line judge is calling that one good. And after review, that one is a scratch. And Ty Firkin's landing was also called a scratch. Here comes Pat McIntyre on your left. And I'm just catching up on our social chats. Looks like we've got a lot of representation from STOL. Look, here comes, oh, look at that. Little balloon up and dropping it in for Pat McIntyre. Tail comes up, but he keeps it under control. And he is sub 125. That tactic is something that we've seen Pat do over the last couple competitions. What you're working to do is to get all of that energy down into the ground instead of forward, right? The more you can put down, the slower the aircraft is going to go, the less your brakes are going to have to work to get you stopped. Pops Dory to your left. And that's a scratch for Pops Dory. And as they come back around, I got to talk about another one of the folks that and companies, really, that is trying to keep us all safe here in National STOL, and that's Lift Aviation USA. We talked about the helmet requirement this year. Lift Aviation also provides 2 helmets available for rookies who need to borrow them, get their feet wet a little bit in National STOL. Lift Aviation USA also offers gift certificates to each class winner at every event this year, and then helmet shells to annual points winners of each class at the end of the year. So it's definitely worth working towards. Their love of flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to the market. Lift Aviation is bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. So big thanks to Lift Aviation USA for all of their help in bringing National STOL to you. Don't forget, now is a good time to vote for your favorite pilot. Maybe it's this guy, nationalstol.com/vote. Joel Milloway off short. Judges all pointing around the 125 mark for Joel Milloway there. Ty Firkin getting that tail up right away. That light aircraft ready to pounce, and he just floats it off. Right around the 150 mark for Ty Firkin there. That may be one of his best takeoffs. Actually came in at 160, so that would be his 3rd best, but only by a few feet. Chris Figgins in the Carbon Cub, giving it the beans. Keeping that tail down and just floating it off. Keep it in the 3-point attitude. A little over 200 feet for Chris Figgins there. We do not have a lot of wind for them to work with. Pat McIntyre on the line. On board with Pat McIntyre right now as he sits waiting for the air bosses to release him. Thumbs up from Pat. Full throttle. He's on the roll. Stick forward. Stick back. Flaps down. And he is soaring skyward. Pat's last run was a scratch. His best run, still the first one. Gauntlet dropped right at the beginning. Here's Pops Dory. And that was an absolute clinic by Pops Dory. Poetry in motion, poetry in flight, textbook. Pops Dory's best takeoff so far, 124. This one coming in at 130 feet. And Joel Milloway has come around the pattern, and he is on your left. Coming in the Tiger Shark. And look at that tail popping up, keeping it balanced. Keeping it balanced. Woohoo! Joel Milloway. Right around 126 feet, maybe? I wasn't that far off. 130 feet. That's going to be Joel Milloway's best run. He now has a combined score of 260 feet. Pat McIntyre's best was 296. So Joel Milloway wants to fight. Here comes Ty Firkin. Holding it off the grass. Lets it go exactly at the right place. And now he's got to keep it balanced on those mains. Really solid performance by Ty Firkin there. Chris Figgins working that throttle to get it over the edge. Oh, that nose getting close, but he keeps the tail down. Pat McIntyre to the left. Race control letting me know Chris Figgins with a scratch on that one. So a hefty amount of scratches for Chris Figgins. That's what he's going to want to work on heading into competition tomorrow. Here's Pat McIntyre. Burst of throttle. Good over the line. Dropping it in like we've seen him do. Heavy on the brakes. Right around the 125 mark again. It's a practice battle between Pat and Joel for third place. Pops Dory on your left. And still, Joel keeping ahead of Pat. 267 for Pat. And a scratch for Pop Story. The most graceful scratch you'll ever see, but a scratch nonetheless. And so that completes the sport class practice here at Oregon Trail STOL in Ontario, Oregon. And next up, we've got the backcountry class. You've got Jeff Whiteley, John Jughead Council, and Shad Forrester. Throw it down. You heard John Jughead Council call it. He said, I'm hoping for about 600 feet combined. We'll see if he can do that when they come back. In the meantime, let's talk about another one of our sponsors, iFly EFB. iFly EFB is the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows that has all the advanced features pilots want in the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. If you want to follow along where we are at this weekend, go to iFly EFB and search for Oscar November Oscar. Kilo Oscar November Oscar is where we are at. The iFly EFB team brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience. And iFly EFB is offering 3 prize packs, 1-year subscriptions at each event, and those rotate through the competition classes during the year. We also need to talk about Aero LEDs. You saw Mike Council flying with them, those nice bright LED lights. Aero LEDs is an industry pioneer and leader of LED-based aerospace lighting. Designed and manufactured in Boise, Idaho. They're real close. Aero LED's state-of-the-art LED aircraft lighting solutions are designed with a focus on performance, efficiency, and reliability. They're tested for some of the most extreme operating conditions on the planet. They're ideal for use in experimental, certified commercial, rotorcraft, aerial firefighting, UAVs, even space. You want to light up space? You call Aero LEDs. They serve every spectrum of the worldwide aviation market. You can also see them on Steve Henry's aircraft. Don't forget to go check out, get some Kona Ice. Or even better yet, get me a Kona Ice. Someone go check that out. Visit our merch booths or other vendors. Get some tacos. And it's time for us to take a little break as we reset for the final class of practice here in Ontario, Oregon. Big thanks for watching. Stick with us. We got more flying right after this.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses. While we were at Oshkosh, we went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and then they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that help build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet the other day. The cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
And welcome back, everyone, to Ontario, Oregon, where we are in the middle of practice for Oregon Trail STOL here in Ontario, Oregon. My name is Ryan Dombrowski. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for sticking with us through a hot and dusty practice day here in Oregon. We're right on the banks of the Snake River next to Idaho. And, yeah, you heard it here before. This is a place where they invented tater tots. So let's talk about who we have in this next heat of practice. Up front, in front of you now, race 115, John Jughead Council, who's just on the mic with me in that beautiful 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo, all the way from Snohomish, Washington. Next up, Shad Forrester. That's race 103. We're on board with him right now in his Cessna 172. He's from Moses Lake, Washington. Give it up for Shad Forrester. And at the line, last but certainly not least, in race 122, a 1958 Cessna Experimental 175 from Jefferson, Oregon, it's Jeff Whiteley. So we'll see those three practice it dry, hot, dusty. This aircraft on the line now, called the Beast. You can see why. It's got some fun nose art. It's also the aircraft that I held on to for dear life at Pinedale, Wyoming. And I'm glad I did because it is a beautiful bird. Whiteley ready to go, getting that tail so high. And she does not want to fly for him. There we go. Very dramatic beginning for that takeoff run. Here comes Jughead now. You can see he's trying to cheat into the wind a little bit, just putting the aircraft on the left side of the runway, trying to get any of that. If there is a crosswind at all, and you can see it's blowing the flags around a little bit, Jughead wants any crosswind he can get on the nose. Help him shorten that takeoff distance. Jughead on the roll. Easing into it. And he is off. And here we are now on board with Shad Forrester. In that 172. Don't forget to vote for your favorite pilot, nationalstol.com/vote. Shad says, vote for me. Waiting for release from the air bosses. Shad on the roll. In the venerable 172. Getting that tail down. And he may be off the shortest of the bunch this round. And now as Jeff Whiteley comes in, we've got Pat McIntyre in the pits in front of his Rans S7. How'd it go today, Pat?
Oh, hey, I'm Pat McIntyre from Lincoln, Nebraska, flying our Rans S7. Just had our first go at practice. It was a lot of fun. A little bit hot, so planes weren't wanting to get off the ground, or at least mine wasn't quite as short as I like, but everybody's got the same weather. Here comes Josh. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. Came all the way out to Oregon from Nebraska to fly with some of the greatest pilots I know, so you can't beat it.
All right, back to you, Ryan.
And we are back. Thanks so much to Pat for saying hello. Jughead, good over the line, maybe giving up 50 to 75 feet there on the touchdown. Jeff Whiteley also came in while we were doing that with a scratch, unfortunately, for Jeff Whiteley. Otherwise, that would have been a 214-foot landing combined with a 425-foot takeoff. Jughead with a 480-foot takeoff and a rollout on the landing. So just dialing it in for practice. Shad Forrester turning on that right base to final. Shad is a farmer and commercial pilot frequently borrows his grandpa's plane, and he's down hard in the dirt, getting it stopped. And Shad actually did have one of the shorter takeoffs. Him and Jeff Whiteley tied for takeoff with 4:25. And since Jeff Whiteley scratched, we'll see what Shad's score came in for the first run of practice. Combined score of 862 feet for Shad Forrester. And it's time to line up for another go at practice here at Oregon Trail STOL. First at the line, Jeff Whiteley in the Air Force, U.S. Air Force from 1989 to 1994. Enlisted as an aircraft armament systems specialist, and he is on the roll right now. There we go. Get it off around 400 to 425 feet. Jughead on the line. His best takeoff so far, 480 feet. On the roll, easing that tail up. And he's floating off around the 425, 430 mark. So an improvement there for John Jughead Council in the 170B now. Shad Forrester from Moses Lake. Lined up on the runway. We're on board with him right now. Full throttle. Shad Forrester. And he's yanking back. Getting that tail nice and low. He's not going to keep the aircraft off the ground. Get it up to flying speed. And away he goes. Shad's best score so far, combined 862, 425-foot takeoff, and dramatically shorter for Shad Forrester with 326 feet on that takeoff. That is the best of the three this round. Jeff Whiteley coming in at 422, and Jughead Council only 8 feet behind him with 430. Jeff Whiteley now low over the grass, holding it off with throttle. Oh, and a scratch for Jeff Whiteley. Waiting for the METARs to update here at Ontario Municipal Airport. Last density altitude reading, 4,537 feet. Jughead coming in over the line, working those gear, and he's going to get it heavy on the brakes. Somewhere around 275. And you know, I'm getting a little suspicious of Jughead with that first run. He kept accusing people of sandbagging it. Starting to wonder if maybe it takes one to know one. And Shad Forrester, disappointingly, the best takeoff paired with a scratch. Just coming in, ran out of energy, coming in a little bit short there. Actually, a lot of bit short, if I'm honest. But a scratch for Shad Forrester. So they'll taxi back for another run of practice. John Jughead Council with a big improvement from 1,479 feet combined down to 715. So he's only about 115 feet short of where he wanted to be based on the conditions today. Jeff Whiteley on the roll. Getting the beast moving. Tail up, tail down. Oh, he's off short. Okay, there we go. You can see these heavier aircraft really struggling in the light wind and hot conditions. Jeff Whiteley's best takeoff so far, 422. This one's going to best it by 100 feet. 309 for the takeoff for Jeff Whiteley. Jughead Council on the line, waiting for the air bosses to release him, to put him in the fight. And that pull, and he is off. Shad Forrester on the line now, getting ready to go. Giving the beans, the old 172. Shad Forrester on the roll. Flaps down, tail down. Oh, settling back down a little bit. And you could see him in the cockpit there shaking his head. Not super happy with it. But that was nice and short, and then settled back down. And, of course, we've got to take the measurement from the furthest touchdown, or I guess liftoff from the line. Well, they're popping around in the pattern. I want to talk about our friends over at Sarasota Avionics. They've been a long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer and the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. With upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants, this is your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. And Sarasota Avionics, we're very grateful, offering Garmin prizes for the unlimited class winners this season. Jeff Whiteley now knows nice and high that tail's going to touch. He gives it a little throttle. He gets over the line, but now he's got to get it stopped. And stopped it nice and short, maybe 223. That may be the best for Jeff Whiteley so far here in practice. He had a 309-foot takeoff. And his landing was 221 feet. So that's going to get him a combined score of 530 feet. Jughead down good over the line. Getting on those brakes. Stopped right past 300 feet. So he's inching closer towards his goal. That now his best score of 677. Shad Forrester to your left. And Shad down over the line. Oh, he's just got to get it stopped. One to watch. New on the circuit, ready to go. Going to give these more seasoned pilots a little bit of a run for their money. And it's time for the fourth run of these three competitors here in practice. If you are just joining us, welcome to Oregon Trail STOL here in Ontario, Oregon. And we've been doing practice for competition. Competition tomorrow begins at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time with gates opening at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Jeff Whiteley on the roll. Getting it dialed in there for Jeff Whiteley. So again, that's 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow. Live stream starts around that time as well if you can't be here in person. But if you can be here in person, come on down. We're just up the road from Boise. It's going to be great. Jughead giving it some throttle, working that throttle, making sure everything's good to go in that engine. Little bit of forward elevator, popping the tail down, and it wasn't quite ready to fly there like it was previously. Shad Forrester, like he's on the deck of a carrier in the mighty 172. Waiting for that catapult launch. His best score combined, 792 feet. Dropping those flaps, pulling that tail down. She doesn't. There she goes. You didn't want to fly right away, but she finally got off the ground. And he did a good job of just holding position. You don't want to overreact in that situation if it's not ready to go. Gentle movements, gentle corrections. Jeff Whiteley now to your left, coming around base to final. You want to see Jeff Whiteley and Jughead and Steve Henry, John Douglas, Kyle Bushman, Pat McIntyre, Joel Milloway, Joe Dory, and Joe Pops Dory all fly in person. Be here tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. It is going to be intense. Whiteley, nose high, dropping it in. Keeping that tail down. He's got that elevator all the way up. You can see him hanging on to the crossbar in the cockpit. John Jughead Council high and to your left. Little bit of slipping action now. Slipping it down, dropping that left wing. Now he's down in the pocket, holding it off, holding it off. Good over the line for Jughead. Heavy on those brakes. He's got them locked up. And look at that. Just under 275 feet for John Jughead Council. That, I believe, will be his best performance today during practice. Shad Forrester off to your left. Yes, that's correct. Jughead Council now, best score of 633. So not too far off where he called it when he was up here in the booth. Little bit of energy for Shad to burn off, but it was a scratch. Touchdown just before the line. So that will complete the 4 runs of practice for these 3 competitors. Everyone who is competing tomorrow has now gotten 4 runs in. And it's kind of interesting to look at where things stacked up. Number 1 in practice. Normally you wouldn't compete like this. Everyone is sorted into classes, but it's kind of fun to look at. Best in practice, of course, got to give it to Steve Henry with a combined score of 102. But look who's right behind him, Tim Shellhorn. 177 feet combined in a totally different class. 3rd place of practice, Joel Milloway in the Rands S7. Combined score of 260. Pat McIntyre nipping at his heels. Combined score of 267 for 4th place. And 5th place, maybe it's no surprise, Joe Pops Dory. Combined score of 319 feet. Looks like Shad Forrester's coming out for another run of practice. And according to race control, we're going to shift now into open practice instead of class-based practice. So anyone that wants to fly can come fly. Practice is cleared to extend as much as another hour. And Airboss is reaching out to see if anyone else wants to commit some more aviation with Shad. Right now, he's going to be practicing solo. So let's recap as Shad soars off. There he goes. That's a cool view on board with Shad Forrester. All the different ways that you can get in touch with us. 1, if you enjoyed today, make sure you go to nationalstol.com/vote and vote for your favorite pilot. That's nationalstol.com/vote. Be sure to also check out nationalstol.com for merch. Celebrate your love of avgeekery. Looks like John Douglas now taxiing up to the line to do a little more practice. Flaps already down here on the Cash Preston Lee Troyer runway. This runway, by the way, in memorial of Cash Troyer. And he used to ask his friends and family every night, "Are you ready for tomorrow?" And I think after today's session, Cash, we are definitely ready for tomorrow. And we hope that you are enjoying what we're doing at your runway. Don't forget to come. If you don't, well, don't forget to come tomorrow. You should come tomorrow, but also open up your calendar, October 11th and 12th in Gallatin, Tennessee. Don't forget we got live country music. Noah Hicks, Connor McCutcheon, Madeline Consor. And then Lone Star STOL and the National STOL Finals, November 1st and 2nd in Sulphur Springs, Texas. So come check out that. Lone Star is the regular season event on Friday. The finals will be on Saturday. Shad Forrester with a balloon, dropping it in, though. Nice on the mains. Heavy on the brakes. That nose gear just completely compressing down. John Douglas now on base leg. Actually, sorry, I misread that based on the cameras. On our downwind leg. Getting ready to turn base there. As we head into competition tomorrow, let's talk about the season standings for 2024. This is following Rocky Mountain STOL's victories in the touring class. First place goes to John McCardle with the upset. Brandon Korn in full defense mode. John McCardle, 94 season points. Brandon Korn with 88. Luke Strandland with 53 points. Kyle Bushman on the prowl, though, with 51 after just a few events. So he's coming up to fight. And John Douglas, who's over the line right now and getting it stopped in 5th place with 45 points. In the unlimited class, Steve Henry holding on to first with 76 points. Dan Reynolds in the Chinook, the Canadian from up north, 69 season points. Hal Stockman with 52 points in 3rd. And Shad is trying to dust the broadcast booth. See what's going on there in just a second. Let's get to the season standings for backcountry class. Oh, here it comes. Oh, no, the wind kind of saved me. All right, it was fine. In the backcountry class this 2024 season, Jerry Clemens holding his own with 102 season points. I think it was safe for him to miss this one. Brad Crawford with 65 season points. John Luton, 3rd place with 54 points. And Jeff Pohl, who entered the season a little late, catching up to them with 43 points. The adventure class, Brian Steck barely holding his own ahead of Jared Gerritsen with 73 points to Jared's 68 points. Jeff Daly and Warhorse only 2 points behind in 3rd place. Colin Kneva, the next closest, in 4th with 50 points. That is anyone's match. Brian, Jared, or Jeff. And literally any scratch in competition could upset that class for the season standings. In sport class, Pat McIntyre with a healthy lead currently in front of Joel Milloway with a combined point score of 106 points. Joel Milloway with 76 points, and Lee Boyd in 3rd place with 47 points. I should point out that Joel and Patrick are close enough, though, that depending on how tomorrow turns out here in Oregon, it is anyone's season. So that is the 2024 National STOL season standings. Some fun battles to see there, right? You've got John McCardle upsetting Brandon Korn, who was last year's champion. Kyle Bushman coming up to upset the whole thing. Jerry Clemens, old reliable, shown up to almost every event, high on the board, but Jeff Pohl and Brad Crawford coming for him. John Luton as well. It is going to be an exciting and intense end of the 2024 National STOL season. Look at the lineup of practice we've got now. We've got Shad Forrester, who can't stop, won't stop. John Douglas behind him. Pat McIntyre's back out to play. Ty Firkin behind him. Just waiting for the air bosses to release everybody. What a fun little mix of aircraft you've got. You've got 172, 182, Rans S7, Kit Fox Model 4. Shad Forrester on the roll, dumping those flaps down. Keeping it held off. And the judges are pointing a little bit further away. And a big thanks to the Ontario Municipal Airport folks for watering down the taxiway again. John Douglas on the line. Well done for John Douglas. 47 minutes remaining of open practice here at Oregon Trail STOL. And I guess thanks to that water truck, we don't have a dusty trail in front of the booth. Pat McIntyre off nice and short, dialing it in. Ty Firkin in that little Kit Fox. Getting that tail up. I love how he always gets that tail up right away, and he's just easing it off. Those Kit Fox Model 4 is definitely someone to watch in National STOL specifically. You heard Jughead talk about how horsepower and weight, right? Those are the two things we're really talking about half the time. And you got a nice light aircraft with a fair amount of horsepower. They can be a real competitor, even though they aren't a fire-breathing, snarling, multi-hundred horsepower aircraft. Here's the Stinson now. Justin Harrison in that baby blue Stinson. Off into the sky, and Shad Forrester coming down on final approach. A couple of shout-outs we should give to the chat. What's up to Terrible Guitarist? I hope not. That's a fun name. Here comes Shad Forrester holding it off. Good over the line for Shad Forrester. Now he's just got to get it stopped. Hello to Kathy Joe in the chat. Burstix from STOL is here. Gary's Northwest Adventures, hello to you. ADK is here from the STOL crew. Big thanks to all of them for watching. John Douglas now on short final coming over the taxiway. Good over the line for John Douglas. You know, that's what he's been working on. Lots of scratches for him today. And it's time for some of the sport aircraft to come around now. Ty Firkin low and to your left. Dropping it in there for Ty Firkin. Getting it stopped right around the 200-foot mark. Density altitude now above 4,600 feet. And there's our Stinson friend going around. Winds currently 240 at 4. Visibility actually pretty good today compared to yesterday at 7 statute miles. And we're all the way up to 91 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is hot, it is dry, but at least we can see. And we have a little bit of wind, although not a lot to work with. Sounds like Shad is going back to the pits, completing his practice. John Douglas taxiing by the crowd right now, and Ty Firkin in his Kit Fox 4 named Evinrude. Ty Firkin has accrued around 5,000 hours of ag flying and 8,000 hours total time. First airplane was a Piper Colt, converted to tail dragger, and then flew a Highlander for a while, and now he's settled in on multiple Kit Fox 4s. This aircraft was actually the first airplane to fly with Hal Stockman's Zipper Big Bore kit. John Douglas on the roll. Ty Firkin on the roll. And Mike Babcock back at it in the Rands S21. Getting that takeoff dialed in. Shad Forrester, actually, as I look through the scores here, did end up getting his best of practice with a combined score of 709 during his last 2 practice runs. Ty Firkin, last run, combined score of 412. John Douglas's last run, combined score of 461. Nice little 172, I think, coming in on the hard surface runway there. We've got another aircraft coming in on hard surface. I think that might be our Stinson. And I believe that's John Douglas now. Flaps down. Settling down into ground effect. And a scratch for John Douglas. Ty Firkin coming in on final approach. Down below that ridge line there. That's such a cool shot. He's going to try to tickle the tops of the grass. Hold it up. Roll. They're calling it. At first it was good, but then it was a scratch for Ty Firkin. Mike Babcock coming in the Rands S21. Getting that nose nice and high. Dropping it down. He's got to keep it straight on the runway there, and stopped. And then separate looks like Pat McIntyre is going to go land on the hard surface. And with that, that is going to conclude open practice here at Oregon Trail STOL 2024. Don't forget, folks, to join us tomorrow. Mark your calendars, set an alarm, be ready to go. Gates open here in Ontario, Oregon, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Competition begins at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Live stream starting at that same time. Don't forget to vote for your favorite pilot, nationalstol.com/vote. And visit us later in the season. Make plans now. We'll be in Nashville next month and in Sulphur Springs, Texas, the month after that. It has been an absolute pleasure to spend the day with all of you here in beautiful Ontario, Oregon. I hope we can see you tomorrow. My name is Ryan Dabrowski. Big thanks to John, Jughead Council, for spending most of the day on the mic with me and inviting us into learning a little bit more about how he likes to fly. Big thanks to Jughead. Big thanks to all the volunteers that made today's practice session possible. And, of course, the staff, the broadcast staff, the National STOL staff. And we couldn't have done it without you at home and in the crowd. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll catch you tomorrow for more STOL action. Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. Legend Aircraft. USATrailersDirect.com. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. FlightHelmet.com. Use coupon code NSTOL50. Flying Eyes. Coupon code NationalSTOL. Lift Aviation. Aero LEDs. Red Tag Art. Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, coupon code STOL10. iFly EFB. Tundra Tail Wheels. Ontario, Oregon, the gateway to adventure. Ontario Area Chamber of Commerce. EAA Chapter 837, the spirit of aviation. Parties, paintball, corn maze, family fun at Montgomery Farms. Aerostar. Jacobs. Porta Pros. Fighting Classics Air Museum. Ontario Speedway.